That troubleshooting almost took so long that I finished my enchilada. Isn't that crazy? Restream. Today it was your fault. Today it was Restream being really annoying, linking to everything. The other times, though, so far OBS is undefeated in being a pain in my ass, but still better than Streamlabs as far as I'm concerned. Hello, hello. Let's get that fortune out the gate. Yes? Are you joking?
I literally put these away and then I looked up and saw the tip of a little ear up in I was like...
I was calling for him and everything. What a toad.
I know, he put himself in.
I'm not surprised, but I am annoyed.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
I looked everywhere. Inside, outside, upside down. Huh? Ah, yeah. Yeah. That's how he does. Hazards of the job. The answer was arson. OBS used so much processing power. No, honestly, if that's the way I go, that's the way I go. You know what I mean? OBS burning me alive in my bed, as is written. You know, I'm supposed to lose an eye first. That's the prophecy, but it will be fire based. Listen, I've been working super hard on trying to figure out what our cult symbol will be, and it has to have something to do with fire. Now, whether or not that's like a triangle, or if that's actual like flames, or maybe just like that like pretty orange hue of like your intermediate level fire. You know, fire is actually blue and white in some instances. Like on purpose, with no extra any. I'm working on it, okay? I gotta feel the bridge flow through me, and then you know that the cards are adequately shuffled. There. You are passed. Oh, neat. I got the sickle, which I think I've told you guys already. I used to have a sickle just like this. But it was a real bitch and a half to sharpen, so I replaced that with a Japanese-style sickle, which is just like a little 90-degree tool. Pretty sick, actually. 10 out of 10. If you guys garden, 10 out of 10. Highly recommend. So that one is giving Let It Go. This one is Recharging. Interesting. More optimistic third cards, please, I beg of you, universe. I'm so sick of you drawing this card. Do you know how statistically unlikely it is how often you do this? Okay. This is an insane read, you guys. So it's giving letting go, reflection, and getting back out on the... Okay. Hopefully we didn't bug out there, but it's giving let it go, reflect, and get back at it, dog. The crazy amount of times that, Max specifically draws the bounty card is insane to me. Like, at this point, and it's not even the bounty card, it's Autumn. But I just, like, every single time he pulls this, it, like, rewires my brain to be like, oh, pumpkin spice latte season's coming around. And then I'm just like, oh no, universe. You had to be specific, didn't ya? Anyway, this is the best enchilada known to man. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, did your Mexican neighbor make this for you? No. My white mother-in-law made this for me, but she is a chef, so delicious. I feel like a lot of commercial enchiladas end up being kind of sloppy and tasteless, but this is so crazy good. Well, our very good friend Max recently went through a bit of a breakup. So the universe wants him to know that there are hoes out there. There are hoes out there that enjoy pumpkin spice lattes, and it is his mission and goal to find them. It's crazy to me, though, specifically, that you never get, like, money over bitches as a fortune. You always get, like, chase hoes fortunes, which is crazy. Hi, Cryptid. Again, I got, like, your live notification, but I got it, like, way late. Yeah, 5 p.m. I'm like, bro, you don't even know. Today, I went out. I was so productive. I did such a good job. I almost overexerted myself, but I was good, and I did not. I'm doing great. Today, I went out. Yeah. Of course, like I said, you always pull the bounty card to the point where I've, like, now associated it with pumpkin spice latte, like, white women. Because initially, I was just like, oh, yeah, pumpkins for fall. But now I'm just like, Max must seek out the white women and date all of them. Crazy. But I went out. And I tended to my chicken coop. I got like a 1/6 of that done today. It was crazy. I wanted to do more, but at the risk of pulling my back again like an ancient 80-year-old woman, I was like, nah, I better not. I'm still crazy behind on all my planting, which I need to get all my sunflowers in the dirt so that I can have my giant sunflower forest so that we can stream there in the spring and or in the summer and the fall. Sunflower. I told him to put on some quarter zips, but he refuses. He said, absolutely not. I'm about these streets. I gotta be careful. If I get too in character, I'm gonna get in trouble again. I can't get too comfortable, okay? I can't get too comfortable. I can't just relax into it, you know what I mean? Too early in the season to hit my Nick Fuentes era. Which, by the way, and this is probably the first and last time I'll say this, I don't think he goes far enough. I think it's a little bit crazy. Everybody thinks, oh, he's so radical. He's so radical. I have to autistically read the TOS, and I'm like, but I wasn't talking about a specific group. Thank God. The autism saves me a lot of legalese. Back in the streets with these hoes, hell yeah. I will say this, I am a big fan of, not necessarily a flannel shirt, but have you guys ever seen the old school Western, like, pearl snap shirts? I fuck with those so hardcore. And not necessarily, but the fact that it's like a snapping work shirt, if it's got like, not like linen quality, because that's a little bit too breathable, but like that mid-weight, older style, like ideally it has triangles on it, because you know how I feel about triangles. But like a mid-weight, snapping, Western style work shirt, which is like super hard to find. They have the flannel pattern on them, but I don't want the flannel pattern. I want like either just a plain or like maybe like ideally like neutrals, like earth tones, right? Because when you're out there, because I was so sweaty when I came back and it was insane. I was out there, I was like, and then hubby comes out there, he's like, okay, bye cow, I gotta go to work. And I was like, oh yeah, like look how much I've done. And he's like, is this a lot? And I'm like, get out. Get out! Because, I mean, listen, when he helped me out, this was ages and ages ago, back before I had, like, kind of optimized out there a little bit. I was, like, in the process of cleaning it out, and he is not a project dude, like, at all. And he goes out there, and he just, like, he's bitching, complaining the entire time, because this is, like, so not his element. He's not a big fan of, like, projects like I enjoy. I love projects, but my flesh is weak. And he is strong, but he is bored as hell out there, not having a good time. And he pitches out, like, the whole coop in, like, less than 4 hours. And he's like, this is what was taking you for... And I'm like, babe, it took me like 2 months to do like a quarter of this, and it's like a circular problem. Like if I don't get this like pitched out, it just like becomes a larger problem and a larger problem, and then like this and that and the third. And I hadn't taken like a reciprocating saw. Is it a reciprocating saw? It's like, it's a big like motor, and then like the saw like slants into the top and like hooks in, and then you can like cut through rebar and stuff like that. I hadn't done that yet, so it was like a cheese maze to like clean. Anyway, it was a whole thing. And he can do... Men are just amazing sometimes, you know what I mean? Because it's like, you guys have this innate like power to do like 4 times as much as I can do, but like my mind is like, you can do this, bitch. Like, you can just power through it. Just like, you're fine. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, who cares if you're bedridden for like the next week because you pulled your back? What the fuck were you doing? You can make spaghetti from bed. Like, no great loss, right? And he just like can power through something and be like, yep, and then I'm gonna go do other stuff. And I'm like, I'm doing like a fraction of that amount of work. So it's like, realistically, if I was born in a man's body, I think that it would be game over for a lot of people. Because like the amount of work that I could get done if I had like a strong body to like go and do these things, I mean, I'd be fucking unstoppable. Hide your bitch, hide your drawing plans, because I'm getting both of them, you know. They knew what they were doing, making me a woman, I guess. It's inevitable. Anyway, damn it, I was on time and I yapped over. Fuck, every time. Okay, one sec. We're gonna pop over. I was so proud of myself, too. Oh, no, the widget. See, this is what I'm talking about. Restream was being a whole bitch today. Alright, one sec. Is it gonna show me? No, honestly, like, a strong lesbian, like, you have no idea. And also, what is going on with... Am I, like, bugging out on Twitch or anything? Because I just dropped down to, like, 1,000 frames. Or 1,000 kbps, whatever the hell that is. No, so 2 of, like, my most favorite people on the planet are some very capable lesbians. I used to farm sit for it. They're amazing. 10 out of 10. And they, like, do amazing things. The one girl, I'll have to show you guys in the outside page. So cool. She did, like, a whole, like, barbecue situation. She's so funny. She's like, I have to do this all... Yeah, I know. I have to reset it. Restream was like, ooh, access denied. And I was like, what do you mean access denied? It's my access. No, it's not a box. That is it. Oh, it's gonna make me go to... Okay, sorry, one second. Oh, I guess I don't have to go straight to Restream. I can just take it from here. It generated a new token and everything. What a pain. No, that's not what I wanted. Copy. Properties. Hey, you liking that? You guys liking the ramen thing? Listen, every time I commission something, and this is not a comment on the artist, she's lovely and wonderful, and I will use her for everything I possibly can. She is honestly such a delight. I can't state that enough. But everything takes twice as long and costs 3 times as much. So just in case you guys are ever like, I could be a content creator, real pain in the ass on the back end, let me tell you. Let's see. Is it gonna... Oh, it's gonna make me do it. It's gonna make me redo it. I love that. Okay, sorry, 1 second, you guys. That artist times 2. Okay. Okay. Listen, oh, okay, so it's behaving kind of, so let me, was 5 by 4 was the magic number. 4. There we go. Scoot you guys back over here. Just a touch. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. We got our chat back, you guys. Now, where's my vertical scenes? Because of course it's going to be dinked up over there too. Verticals. Oh, I see what it is. Nice try. Okay. So this chat is ready to display messages. Yeah. Restream has a silly sense of humor, you guys. Okay. It wants this over here. And now you guys... Oh, no! Whatever that was, go back to where it... Okay. It's cool, you guys. It's not like this is my least favorite part of this whole deal. There we go. Okay. Everybody's good. Everybody's where they're supposed to be. I'm just gonna leave that. Hands off. And everything should be Gucci, I think. And then I'll put Umineko here. Real small. So everybody knows what exactly is going on. Here's the thing, I'm pretty sure I'm good about putting like the watermark of what we're playing on here, and yet everybody asks me what we're playing. Are those bots? Or is that just like, is that a thing people do that I'm just not understanding? Or I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, but so people just ask regardless of if it's... Oh, okay, they are bots. Okay. Me, oh my god. When androids take over, it's gonna fuck me over so bad, because I'll just be like, what are you talking about? Me shaking a robot? What do you mean, robot? What do you mean? Okay. Enough of that, you guys. Okay, so where last we let off, we cut the cheese. That was a pretty crucial part of last episode, so if you don't know what I'm talking about, that means you didn't watch the last episode, because it was pretty self-explanatory about this cheese business. Yeah, I figure usually there's a language barrier, which I think I already told you guys. Something cool I learned about one of my favorite sweet little cats who's asleep on the bed right now. The word squirrel was used to see if people were spies during the war, because a lot of people pronounce they pronounce it weird, or more so phonetically, and it's just a weird wonky word. So squirrel, you can tell if somebody's not a native English speaker, because they say squirrel. They pronounce all of the vowels, which is crazy. Deaf human. And yet, you know what? For somebody that is like at what I would think the rage bait level of a bot, they sure didn't know how to do clips. And if you're listening to this right now, you can be welcomed back into the cult. You just have to pay your penance and do the clips. And listen, I am nothing if not merciful, okay? But I digress. Okay, so that's just like an extra tab. Alright. I thought it was pretty interesting that this, like, super chill melody right here was Mother. That should be easy for me to remember. Okay. Let's check out the new characters, you guys. Let's check out... oh, it won't show us the characters. We also debated a 9-year-old. That's true, we did. We found out emphatically that Santa Claus is not real, and if that's news to you, you're probably too young to be watching my show. So if you guys are not 18 or over, get the fuck out. You're not welcome here. Chat box is stretching possible. No! Oh, I thought I remedied, but shit. Yeah, right there. Right there's the cutoff. Yeah, right there. Maybe just... Oh, nope. Maybe just a little bit right... There we go. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Alright. So this is where we left off. I think I backed it up just a teensy tiny bit, though. I backed it up just a little bit, okay? So that we wouldn't miss the next chapter thingy. Because I don't like when it has this thing where, like, there's, like, 1 or 2 lines of unskippable dialogue, and then it's, like, now you're, like, in the middle of a sentence, basically, when you come in. So I figured I'd just roll it back just like a hair. Now that I know how to go forward and backward, which it only took me, like, 6 episodes to figure out how to do that. Guys. Isn't it crazy that he's been murdered at this location at least once? Sound, by the way. Oh, yeah. Good catch. A second. I'm gonna marry those 2 things so that my soundbar is just little. Okay. Once again, it's your responsibility to tell you. You guys have to tell me tech stuff because I am tech retarded. So I will not know and I will not remember to change it if you don't let me know. Now, in the future, when I have 2 monitors, I will also forget to change it, but it'll be more my fault. So, you guys have that to look forward to. And why is my sound, like, super crazy loud on my end? Oh, that's right. I was editing. By the way, if you guys want to see, like, a light little dabbling of my political ideas or whatever, maybe, I put out a reaction to Michelle Obama on Call Her Daddy, so go ahead and enjoy that if you guys want more of my short-form content that's not 6 hours long. Sound is quiet on your end. Did it just become quiet on your end? I don't actually know if my headphones are connected to you guys. Like, do you hear when I'm doing this? Over here. No, it's just been that way. Okay. Weird. It's crazy loud on my end. Would it be effects or music? Which one of these is that? Is it this one? I'm teasing. Yeah. I also made those mug brownies that I showed you guys for Valentine's Day because I figured I deserved a little treat. Guys. It was just, listen, the calibration on this end, bro, you have no idea. It's like, blow your eardrums out loud for some reason. I cannot figure out calibrating these 2 things. And on the back end, when I was doing all of... Because, Kazu, you have everything set to 100% volume, right? Okay. And see, that didn't change the noise level on mine at all. It's just as loud, which is nuts to me. Thus. Okay. Yeah, crazy.
随分変わった子だね。最近の若い子とはどうも相性が良くないよ。
ジョージさんだってお若いですよ。
いとこで最年長ということもあってついついいつも自分がもう若くないって気持ちになっちゃって。
Also, if you guys don't know, there is a new emoji. It is the ramen cat. It says, "Who killed the ramen?" And I've put that in my free tier of emojis because it's so peak. Ooh, a secret tryst.
エリカさんくらいのお年の方が一番自分自身との付き合い方が難しいと思います。
そうだね。子供という殻を打ち破りたくて、あたり構わずくちばしを打ちつけるお年頃だね。それを打ち破れて、ようやく大きく羽ばたくことができる。
George, you're fully 23 talking to a 16-year-old girl right now. I feel like Chris Hansen should jump out and be like, "What are you doing here?"
情けなくひ弱な、まるで尊敬できない男だった。
Like, I feel like this isn't even okay from like a Romeo and Juliet law standpoint, because the age gap is.
自分でも分かってる。かつての僕はいとこの
What
中
is
で
the
最
math on
年
that
長ではあ
actually?
っても、いつもぼんやりしているうだつの上がらない男だったよ。それは何もいとこの中だけの話じゃない。
It's true, yeah. I would love for, and they probably didn't do this because they're not absolutely tweaked, but imagine he's like, "Now Shannon, if anybody asks how old you are, you're gonna say that you're turning 19 and that we've known each other for a couple of years now. And if anybody asks my age, say I just graduated. They don't need to know for what." Like, I would love to get, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just funny to me because in a, like, a dark humor way or whatever, but like the actual scene of him like grooming Shannon, because now I don't pretend to be great at math, but I think it's a 7-year age gap somewhere abouts, right? I think a 6 or 7-year age gap between. Yeah, 7-year age gap. Right, so he'd have to just say, but if he said like, "Oh, I just graduated" or whatever, people wouldn't assume college, right? But he could potentially have a bachelor's in college. There's 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, he could have a bachelor's degree. And he's dating a girl that is not done long division before. Listen, I'm doing my best, okay? Funny enough, I can do long division, like, super good, which, this is a thing that always confuses people. They're like, "But Riley, I've seen you do math before," and I'm like, "Yeah, like autism math, not like fucking regular back and forth retard math, like, I can't."
でも
It's very complex, my relationship with math.
この数年のジョージ様は毎年出会うたびに道があるようでした。
ありがとう。
Also, when he met her, super
きっか
problematic.
けがあったんですか？
殻を破る？
はい。あれほどの
Because 6 years ago, she was
を経て
10,
蝶になるかのように
and he would have
目まぐるしく成
been,
長されたジョージ様がただ漫然と日々を過ごしていて、それを迎えられ
and
たと
he
は
would
思い
have
ませ
been
ん。それだけの大きな決意をされる何か
18?
きっかけがあったに違いないと思いまして。
Would she have been 12? I thought she was 16. Or is she a little older? Either way, creepy as hell, right?
君に惚れて愛の力で成長したと僕は今まで言ってきたんだけど。
Oh, even worse, right?
本当
Nah,
は
dude, you totally get a
もっ
mulligan on
と
that.
ネガティブな感情からだったんだ。
そんないつも明るく朗らかでおられるジョージさんに
I think we all
ネガテ
agree
ィブな
that
感情なんて
realistically, George
ち
should be
ょっ
in
と信
prison.
じられないです。
Yeah. Mad creepy.
僕はね、両親に女性は大切にしろと教えられてきたんだ。そしてそれを実践してきたつもりだったよ。
はい。
He says women, but what he means is a child.
本当は違う。
ん？
異性とどう接していけばいいかわからなくて、過度に神格化して恐れて、紳士的なレディーファーストを装いながら、
So this is partially, I think, why he's so interested in a girl that's much younger than him, is because he's a bit socially stunted. Because, like, the idea of talking to a woman is scary, but the idea of talking to someone that's significantly younger is less scary, and he would have more control over it, which is, I think, a behavior that we should be looking out for. The same reason I had one girlfriend that I worked with, that she married a guy that was 40 when she was, like, freshly, I think, 20 or 21 or something like that. So technically it was legally, like, kosher, but it was fucking weird. Like, super weird. And she was like, no, I'm just super mature for my age. I'm like, yeah, that's the most red flag statement you could ever make. Like, that's, like, on the front page of the brochure. Like... Yeah, familiarity breeds attraction, but at the same time, and I would like the record to show, I've been around teenagers for, like, let's see, from when I was 18 till now, that's, like, a decade and a half, and I've been around teenagers before, and especially when I worked in, like, food service and stuff like that, like, younger boys would try and be like, hey, I've always wanted to hook up with a college girl, and I'm like, I'm gonna call your mom. Like, what are you doing? Like, go clean the bathrooms. Like, because you're an adult. And the idea of pursuing a romantic relationship with a child or a teenager is gross. Like, I'm old enough to be these people's mothers. And they don't care, which is like, you know, we could have a conversation. We won't, but... we could have a conversation about, like, what that means developmentally. But as the adult in the situation, it's like, that's yicky. And if you, don't feel that way, somebody should, maybe perchance put you in an asylum. Because that's crazy work. I'm more likely to help them with, like, their science project than I am to give them my number. You feel me?
Lady first と称していつも後ろへ下がる男だよ。そんな後ろ向きな牽引力のない男
I
の
just
背
don't
中
think a
に
lot
つ
of
いていこう
women
なんて
too are interested in people that are younger than them, which kind of mitigates this.
それに気づか
But
ず
there are
自
weirdos.
分
You
は
guys
さ
have
す
seen
が
the
魅
news.
力的な男子に違いないなんて思ってる。
その気持ちちょっぴりわかります。自分は異性に魅力的に見てもらいたくて努力した振る舞いが
I also think it's super weird that Eva is like... Here's the thing. I think it's super weird that, like, George's mother's taken the stance of, like, stay away from him, you little tramp, and not... It's incredibly troubling that my adult son is trying to hook up with our, like, underage servant. Like, I'd be sending him to a boarding school. Like, me personally, I guess he's too old for boarding school age. I don't know. I certainly wouldn't be having him around underage girls if this is how he is. Like, start setting up some arranged marriages if he's, like, taking an interest in women and, like... See, there's a conversation to be made for arranged marriages, but, like, within the appropriate age range and scale. You know what I mean? Like, George can do no wrong. Yeah, I mean... I really don't want to hate on Ava, but such a boy mom. Like, such a boy mom thing to do. Like, it's this young harlot's fault that he's, like, pursuing her, and it's just like, no, your son's being low-key a creep. Like, and honestly, not low-key, high-key a creep. Because, like, he's got her off and away, right? He's not out and about that he's like, hey, I have a crush on this young servant or whatever. And the fact that everybody else knows that they've got a thing going on and is not doing or saying anything about it is really creepy to me. Because, like, Cannon's like, oh, you love George, and, like, that's totally cool. And, like, I mean, maybe it's just because he's a 16-year-old and he doesn't understand that, like, this age gap is, like, a huge problem. But, that's nuts. Isn't it crazy? We jump into, like, so many, like heavy topics playing video games. Isn't that funny? Like, I feel like we talked about interracial marriage and stuff like that when we were, interracial marriage and, like, gay rights while we were watching The Last of Us. I feel like maybe I'm taking the wrong things away from these games and visual novels, but at the same time, you know, you have to have opinions if you're gonna lead a cult. You know what I mean? Oh. Oh no. I hate that. See, that's the other thing too. I have a great grandmother that tries to tell me, like, no, Riley, it was like that back then. I'm like, no, it fucking wasn't. I read your memoir. And she's like, no, everyone was doing that back then. I'm like, everyone was not doing that back then. Not even your own anecdotal evidence. Like, you've literally put pen to paper and invalidated your entire claim that this was totally normal. You know what was totally normal back then? You dated people within your own age. And there was that one weirdo, that one weird 40-year-old that was like, I need to marry a 16-year-old. And yeah, it was technically legal, but everybody was kind of like, about that. But there was also during, by the way, if you guys are not, like, familiar with, like, the Great Depression time period and stuff like that, people were selling their children because they were like, well, we've got, like, 8 kids and it's too expensive to feed them. We'll just sell our kid to these people and they'll, like, you know, they'll, like, do farm labor and stuff like that. And it's just, like, very troubling that you're not thinking through, like, the morality of maybe a person that would be interested in, like, purchasing your child. Like, that's crazy. But they're just like, no, they just needed a laborer on their farm. I'm like, yeah, sure. That's definitely the machinations of these people 90% of the time. Sure. Ooh. Yeah, that all of that seems like troublingly low. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I'm a nut. I also think that like teen pregnancy and stuff like that should be criminalized. I think that should carry its own thing because, like, I don't think that we're going to be able to, like, solve the extra systemic problems included in that. Yeah, that is super weird. Because here's the thing too. I think there was some study or whatever that it's like it's not like teen plus teen equals like teen baby. It's usually teen plus adult, and I feel like that doesn't get solved. Like, even, like, I mean, have you guys ever talked to your grandparents, your great grandparents? And, you know, I guess Deaf Human a while back brought up the fact that different races have different, like, longevity and stuff like that. So maybe that information just isn't as available because those generations are gone. And so then everybody's like, hey, I had a great idea. What if? And it's like, not that idea. Not that idea. That does not a good civilization make. Like, maybe after a famine or something like that, and it's like, oh, like, our entire culture is going to be erased if we don't. But, like, I don't know. Like, it seems like one of those things that we could mitigate with, like, modern technology, so it makes no difference.
君たちにとっては他愛ない会話だったに違いないよ。でも僕はそれに嫉妬を感じてしまった。
No problem.
ここからの話約束できる?
And also, like, this is why I think it's probably... That's unexpected. And we'll just go back to here. And I think that's why it's good for, as a parent, to put your child around age-appropriate, like, crushes and stuff like that. Just generally. But also be a parent, monitor your kids.
恥ずかしい失敗の思い出がたくさんあります。
そんなうぬぼれた僕の目を覚ましてくれたのが。
Ah, yes, the appropriate cat.
Yeah.
Yes, eat your crunchies, Mr. Kitty. Very good.
どんなきっかけがジョージさんに訪れたんですか?
That's true. This is definitely fatherless activities. Seeking out an older, inappropriate man.
でも何に?
What do you mean? Like...
君とバトラ君がとても楽しそうに話しているのを見て僕は嫉妬した。
私がバトラ様と？
君たちにとっては他愛ない会話だったに違いないよ。でも僕はそれに
Real quick, do you think, speaking of Disney's The Lion King, do you think Disney is responsible for the rise in furries? I think so. Me personally. Because why make hot lions? You know, do we need that? Do we need that as a movie? You know what I mean? Do we need... Is it James Earl Jones that voices Mufasa? Because, like, did we need that? Did we... Space Jam? I don't think it was Space Jam. I think Space Jam is... Yeah, but where's Patient Zero is my question.
約束できる？
もちろんです。
Because we need to know who Patient Zero is so that we can conduct a vaccine for it. You know what I mean?
僕の懺悔さ。でも
Reverse it.
聞いてほしい。今夜は
Like a scourge virus, but for that.
くれた上で君に返事をもらいたいことがあるから。
はい。聞かせてください。
That's crazy. I think that if Walt Disney knew that that's what happened, I think that he would go in a different direction. He doesn't seem like the most, he doesn't seem the most, like, progressive dude to me. This is actually, funny enough, this is more problematic than Romeo and Juliet, because Romeo and Juliet, I think she was 16 and he was 18. This is like a larger gap than even that.
I don't know,
it just doesn't seem like he'd be like team that. You know what I mean? Like if he knew the consequences, if he knew like what he would have wrought, I think that he would have been like, scrap it. We're doing Princess and the Frog instead. And that's Walt Disney. You know what I mean?
僕は昔からバトラ君もジェシカちゃんも礼儀に欠けた子だと思ってたよ。いや、もっとダイレクトに言おう。言葉遣いの下品な子たちだなとさえ思っていたよ。本当さ。
Oh my gosh.
軽蔑してくれたり。
しません。人は何を胸中に思うと許されます。
Oh, I hate when you do that. You should be. It's your little guy. It's your little pal. No, I think that Disney would have maybe had some other comments on the Princess and the Frog. Maybe not so much about the frogs, if you catch my drift. I feel like Disney would have been like, what? Cajuns? Absolutely not.
むしろ態度に出さなかったジョージさんは立派です。
This is so wild. He's talking about Jessica and Balor like they're such children. I look down on these two children, but not you, Shannon. Someone that's 2 years younger than them. Definitely not you, Shannon. Yo, George is a predator. I'm not gonna lie, it does make it easier to, like, not be bummed when George perishes, when, like, it saves him from committing a crime, you know?
下品で低俗な言葉遣いばかりしているバトラ君やジェシカちゃんなんか絶対に彼女や彼氏ができたりするもんかと思っていたよ。それがいつまで経っても彼女ができない自分への精神安定剤だったのかもしれない。とんでもない。彼らは僕に劣ってなんかいない。むしろ異性を勝手に神格化してレディーファーストと称して恐れて避ける僕の方がよっぽど劣っていた。
バトラもジェシカも昔からああいう性分。
I like that the game is not addressing that at all. It's like, anyway, business as usual. Crazy.
しかし男女を分け隔てなく交流できる力があった。
I don't think it would have changed the story at all for her to be, like, a little bit older, also. Now, granted, I don't know that for a fact yet, but I suspect that that's the case.
あまり紳士を振りかざしすぎる人ってちょっと気持ち悪いわ。女に幻想を持ちすぎ
Oh
って
my
いうか
gosh, is George canon as wearing a
人
fedora?
は無縁である
When
な
were
ら
fedoras popular?
相手が無害で退屈な人間であることを尊ぶ。しかしそれは邪魔にならないという意味で好まれているだけだ。退屈な人間を身近にしたいと願う人間などいるわけもない。
当然よ。動かず物も言わぬ電信柱と友達になろうというバカはいないわ。でも動かず物を言わないのは電信柱としては優秀だわ。
そういうことだ。ジョージはつまりいくら自分が優秀であっても魅力ある人間として認められていない。
1882, so he could have
た
worn
だ
a
の電
fedora.
信柱扱いであることにようやく気づいたというわけだ。
僕は当
That's
時
not what I want.
うぬぼれの真っ盛りだった。だから親族会議でみんなで集まっている時、一番魅力的なのは僕で、それに混じって遊んでくれた使用人の女の子はみんな僕に惚れていると信じていたよ。それがあの日、僕はそこでようやく自分がどれほどみすぼらしかったかを思い知ったのさ。
私が当時何か心ないことを言ってしまったのでしょうか。
いいや、逆さ。君は何も言わなかった。君の瞳に映って
Yeah,
い
this
る
is
のは
crazy.
常に僕だといううぬぼれが打ち砕かれたのさ。
Oh, I see that once again, the app that I use to do all of these,
唐突に気づいたんだ。
all of my notes on has
君たちが
updated.
バトラ君や
favorite.
ジェシカちゃんと僕なんかよりはるかによく馴染んで楽しそうに遊んでいることに。
Listen, George should be arrested, but not necessarily because I think he's the culprit.
気色悪い話さ。僕は君を勝手に僕に好意を持ってると決めつけ、ひょっとしたら異性の付き合いになってもいいかななんて青臭い白昼夢を許したことさえあるんだ。それを勝手に恋人を奪われた気持ちになって勝手に傷ついて、どこまでも僕はダメな男だ。
I was such a pathetic adult
その時
man.
ようやく僕は自分の愚かさに気づけたんだ。
ジ
Crazy.
ョージ様、
George confirmed is not being allowed to
その
go
後
to a
バトラ君はい
a
ろいろあっ
public
て
park.
親族会議に来なくなったけど、
We pushed him out of the
ル
plane.
ドル
Yes,
フおじさん
absolutely.
から
What
彼の
is
近況を聞いていて
what's that insult phrase? It's like something
おじさんも
something the lady.
可愛い人だね。
I
バト
can't
ラ君と
remember.
あんなにいつも
It's like
喧嘩を
early
しているのに
2000s humor.
バトラ
Escaping
君
me
の
at the
近
moment.
況を常に気にかけていた。
Can't remember the name, you guys.
私も聞かせてもらったことがあります。アスム様も呆れておられましたっけ。学校では大層女性に人気でトラブルが絶えないのはきっとルドルフ様の血のせいに違いないと。
そしてジェシカちゃんも男女の友達を大勢作っていつもその中心で活躍していると聞いていたし、実際ジェシカちゃんと話してもそれは何の誇張でもないと理解できたよ。最初はね、バトラ君たちを真似ようと思ったんだ。滑稽な話さ。ふざけたりはしゃいだり下品な会話を好めば彼らのような魅力が得られると思い込んだ。
ジョージ様がですか。ちょっと想像できません。
痛々しかったよ。僕もあの頃のことは生涯思い出したくない。そしてそんなことを真似ても真の魅力は宿らないとすぐに気づいたよ。僕に魅力がないのは人を大事にすると称したり、場の雰囲気に合わせて振る舞えると称したりして、いつも一歩逃げている自分の臆病さにあったんだ。僕はそれを克服するために生まれ変わる決意をしたよ。初めて自分の殻というものを理解し、 それを打ち破ろうと誓ったんだ。
By continuing to date a
その意志が
16-year-old
くじけそうになるたびに
peak.
あの日のことを
Oh
思
my
い出して
god.
バネにした。君たちが僕を忘れて楽しそうに遊んでいたあの
Yo,
日
Kaza dipped because we're about to uncover another crime.
僕に好意があると決めつけている君の瞳に僕が
Kaza says I can't be. Kaza said I can't be involved in this.
誓ったんだよ。今度こそ本当に君を振り向かせてその
Oh my
瞳
god, he's like, I decided right then and there to groom her.
それが実は君に恋をした
Listen, you can be a creep and have character flaws. Those two things aren't exclusive.
複雑だったんですね。
あの日僕を無視して遊んでいた君たち、いや君への復讐がいつの間にか本当の恋心に変わっていったんだ。しかし神に誓うよ。それが君の
And
こと
I
を
would like
真
to
剣
point
に
out
考
there
え
are
出した
plenty of
きっかけ
people
と
that
し
are
て
insecure that don't commit crimes. You know what I mean? Like, there are plenty of people that are terrified to talk to girls, but their solution isn't talk to children. You know what I
君を
mean?
生涯愛することを誓う。それは誰にも何にも偽らない。そして君を妻として迎えるために僕には
The entire world, including the police.
厭わない覚悟がある。
ジョージさん。
以上が
See, listen, that's my favorite part about shows and stuff like that is one, it hasn't shown us anything like outright, like overtly crazy. Like, we didn't have to see like these two like in bed together or whatever to get across the idea that like their relationship is not great. And two, people don't have to be perfect to be in a movie or show. Like, at no point is this thing like, George is the best. It's like, everybody in this is like flawed as a person. I mean, you think, recently had a guy in my jail who's a known incel. Yeah, of course. There's ways to deal with things, and this is not it. Wait, that's kind of a long one. Is there a rule saying that people can't get together because they weren't each other's first love? Is it betrayal to forget the person you first fell in love with? Love isn't that simple. Well, it might be that simple. Also, do you know how many teenage girls that I knew that had, like, crushes every 5 minutes? You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, sometimes you think your friend's dad is hot, but, like, you don't pursue that. That's a crime. Like, you just have, like, a childly crush. And George heard at one point, presumably, Shannon had a crush on him, and he was like, my plan is going to perfection. And it's just like, no, George, you're an adult. You're supposed to be like, haha, that's cute. Like, maybe I, like, you know, say something cheeky to her here and there, like, because you don't want to, like, crush a child's dreams, but at the same time, you're an adult, so you're not going to be like, yeah, let's see where this goes. Like, cause, like, be for real. I don't know. After all, love is easy. Things in the past or how relationships aren't important at all. I've also been in the unique situation to watch an adult woman groom a young man as well, but, like, the craziest thing is, usually, the other direction, so, like, the girl that I knew, she was in her 20s, she was in her, like, late 20s, and she got with a guy that had, like, just turned 18, and, that was, just as creepy, because, like, if that guy had naturally pursued her, there wouldn't have really been a problem, but the fact that she was, like, she did this crazy thing where she was like, oh, this is my coworker, and I'm like, okay, cool. Why are you inviting our coworker to brunch? Like, why are you inviting your coworker to our, like, friend's brunch? Like, whatever, though, I guess. And then she's like, oh, this is my roommate, and I'm like, okay, so you moved, like, a freshly 18-year-old into your house, like, suspicious, but, like, maybe it's, like, a matronly situation where she's like, you know, this guy has, like, a bad life or something like that, and she's trying to give him more structure, and she just, like, happens to have the availability to do so. Whatever, that's not too big. And then, like, a couple months later, she's like, hey, I'm engaged to be married. And we're like, oh, that's crazy. We didn't know you were dating anyone. Like, that's wild. Like, you know, we had no idea that you were trying to date anyone. Who's the guy? And she's like, it's this dude. And we're like, huh, so you just randomly out of the blue got engaged to this dude, huh? And she's just like, yep, that's my boyfriend. And now my fiance. And we're just like, huh. But we're like, what the fuck is this? Like, and then she's just like, oh, come to my wedding. And I'm like, huh. Like, it very much seems to me that, like, you decided that you wanted to be married and have kids, and instead of, like, pursuing a relationship with another adult, you were just like, what if I groomed a teenager and then just, like, made them do all the things that I wanted to do because I'm the older person in the relationship and I have, like, more power. And it's just like, I kind of feel like those things should be, like, mutual decisions, maybe, but very much rubbed me the wrong way. Because, like, shoe on the other foot, I've seen so many times where it's, like, an older guy that's like, no, she's, like, super cool and mature for her age. And you're like, this guy, we gotta cut him out of the group like a tumor. Because he hasn't technically committed a crime. This person's a legal adult. But, like, you can tell, like, the reason he's doing these things is because he, can do these things. You know what I mean? I feel like this particular... No, it's honestly, sure. But it never comes up. I get, like, so little commentary on the Date Everything stream, but then all of this just comes rushing to the front of my head when we get a Umineko. It's a curse, you guys. It really is.
嬉しくなりました。
ありがとう。僕は君がいたから僕になれた。
私もジョージさんがいるから私でいるのです。だから包み隠さず教えてください。私たちはどんな夫婦になって。
Well, we're gonna be on the run for a little bit. We're gonna have to sign an apartment. We're gonna have to sign an apartment in fake names, but it'll be fine, because I'll be rich. It also just goes to show, if George wasn't, like, insanely wealthy, like, he'd be arrested. As he should. Because, like, you guys remember when one of the Kardashians was 16 dating a 26-year-old and how nobody got arrested there? Like, they're just, like, completely different rules for completely different classes of people, and, it's giving two-tier justice system, but... Listen, I might be crap at math, but my memory is excellent.
夫婦でしか気づけないものもたくさん積み上げていきたい。
それはどんなものですか？
子供を作ろう。
Well, of course, that's his primary goal here.
最低3人は作りたい。
Oh my gosh, you guys! By the time she's done having their second kid, she'll be a legal adult.
3人とも男の子だったら
？Crazy.
次こそ女の子かもね。4人目を作ろう。何人いてもいい。子育てという冒険も2人で楽しもう。そしてやがては巣立った子供たちが孫を連れて帰ってくる。気づけば僕たちは大勢の子供と孫に囲まれた賑やかな老後を迎えてるだろうね。
楽しそうです。ジョージさん、どんなおじいちゃんになってるんですか？
Crazy like kids though. It's in his blood.
君こそどんなおばあちゃんになってるんだろうね。でも
She'll be a young grandma is what she'll be.
変わらず愛し続けるよ。そして大勢の家族に見守られながら王女をできたら僕たちの人生は誰にも負けないものとして描き切られる。
Crazy.
さよ。
はい。
結婚しよ
う。はい。
この指輪をどうかその指に通してほしい。
George, you could never survive the American justice system.
ジョージさん。
Shannon, you're a victim. I would love to see a secret plotline where Shannon's actually a murderer. That would be pretty cool. I just don't think she has it in her. Like, a heel-turn Shannon would be so deliciously interesting to me. Just his parents, that's all he's worried about. My parents might criticize this relationship. Dog, what about the police?
もし母さんが君との結婚を許さないと言い出すなら、僕は自ら感動を申し出て君と家を出るつもりだよ。
Oh, perfect. He'll be
僕に
poor.
はその覚悟がとっくにあるんだ。僕たち
Ah,
の未来
yes.
を
A
阻む
poor
全ての
criminal.
運命に、
The perfect match.
僕は毅然と立ち向かうことを
Hi, Rents.
もう一
Are you
度誓
sure
う
you don't want to be snuggled?
私も私とジョージさんの未来を阻もうとする運命に毅然と立ち向かうことを誓います。
バトラさん、いつ事件が始まるんです？
Yes, thank you.
もう
The one
ね、
time I
僕
agree with this
お
rat.
腹いっぱい
Okay.
なん
The
ですけど。
second time I agree with this rat.
黙って見てよ。
The cloak looks so good on him, you
はい
guys.
はい。私があくびでもした隙に何かとんでもない伏線を通過されたらたまりませんから。
お前には愛はないのか？
愛が証拠として受理されるミステリーってあるんですか？ありませんから。一応理解はしてますとも。愛が殺人の動機程度にはなりうることくらい。一応この東屋での出来事は2人の婚約に障害が生じた場合、犯行の動機となりうる程度には解釈しとこうと
I
思い
think
ま
I've
す。
already mentioned that. Like, I could see Shannon, like,
赤くない言葉でいくら愛を
like
ささやこう
killing
とも
Ava or something like that to be like, she tried to keep us apart. You know?
かわいそうにな。
But it doesn't make sense why Hideyoshi would be murdered because Hideyoshi doesn't seem to care.
人も
He
愛せない
seems like cool either way with it.
くだらない恋愛トークはやめてください。私はあんたの敵であって恋の話に付き合う推挙な友人ではありませんから。
I like that. Don't talk to me like we're
私は
friends.
今のあんたがさっぱりわかりません。一体あんたは何を悟ったってんです？あんたとベアとは罵り合い殺し合う関係だったはず。そのあんたが何の真相に至って
Clearly,
ベアと
Erica
に
is
対
not
する
old
感
enough,
情を変えた
obviously,
んですか？
to have ever been in a toxic relationship.
殺し合うライバル関
They
係
just
から
fight all the
恋愛
time.
感情が芽生えたとかバカなこと
No,
言い
you
出さ
don't
ない
like
で
the
すよ
cloak?
ね。
エリカ
The
卿、
cloak is dope.
ゲームの進行を続けさせましょう。退屈な恋愛シーンなどとっとと終わらせるに限ります。
Honestly, the cloak is kind of overshadowing the jacket, though. You're right, but
口を
the
挟ん
cloak
で
is
失礼
peak.
ささどうぞ続きを。
シャノンです。戻りました。
うん。今日の日誌はまだだな。
はい。すぐに提出します。カノン君、留守番をありがとう。
長い休み時間だったね。
では、私は先に休む。
Yeah, Genji is confirmed day shift employee.
源氏様。
This is the direction I'm supposed to spin them.
時間をくれてありがとう。あとは私が控えてるから、カノン君ももう休んでもいいよ。
今度は僕の手番ってことだね。
Ah, yes. Now time for the age-appropriate ship.
私たちは負けないよ。
僕だって負けるものか。
今日まで臆病でお嬢様にリードしてもらわなければ何もできなかった君が
姉さんが教えてくれたはずだよ。
何を教えたかな。
Induced management, of course, is the day
昔
shift.
も過去も関係な
Listen,
い。
the day shift, and I'll say this because I don't think it gets said enough, day shift has the easier job. Day shift has the easier job. The night shift always has to do... Now, I'm not saying they have the same hour-to-hour volume, but usually they have more volume with less people, and they have to close everything down. Opening is easy. Closing is hard, and everybody wants to do this day shift supremacy bullshit, and I'm here to tell you it's a cope. They think that their job is so much harder, but they have twice as many people, which just to me says that you aren't as competent as the night shift, who is definitely getting paid less to do more. And I'll die on that hill, or somebody will.
もしそれが本当なら、僕の今は
I've really been liking the rope twists.
何も負けてるなんて思わない。
Having all my hair just loose is so overstimulating. I mean, having 10,000 snakes just like all touching like my neck and ears and too much.
もしも結ばれるなら、私たちが心の底から祝福できるくらいに素敵な関係になって。
Now, I do think the day shift has an important job because I think everything, for the most part, should be 24 hours. But day shift gets glazed so much. Exactly.
それが僕の
And I don't think I've ever seen day shift clean a fucking thing. Like, not one time, in fact. It's like the night shift gets like sink full of dishes, you know, like the floor hasn't been like properly swept or mopped, and they're just like, do all this regular work business, but also all of this like deep cleaning that we've been like fucking off for like months and months. Such crap.
私たちの手元にある唯一の魔法。
And I've worked both, but the day shift was the worst. You guys can't tell because of the way that I'm sitting, but I have my clips. I've started to, when we do Umineko, I've been putting like my little golden hair clips in like a little butterfly on the back of my head just to get in the zone. Exactly. Keep them alive till 7:05 base.
少し照れるな。
I've actually passed the day shift before. I've had such a late shift. And the day shift almost always gets relieved like on time. The night shift is almost, I mean, the night shift, there's no one coming to save you. You know what I mean?
カノンが踏みつぶして以来、どこへ紛失したかと思っていたら、まだ持っていたのか。黄金蝶のブローチですね。
Hi.
恋愛を助ける魔法のブローチと。
Guys, speaking of, look at how handsome my cat is. Look at how great he is. He looks so good. He has like a perfect body conformation. Look at that. Look at that. Peak. Such a good boy. I'm so proud of you. You're such a healthy boy. Yeah. This, like, feeding him crunchies all day long business is a huge pain because I have to keep all the other cats out of his crunchies, but he has been benefiting so much from it. Now I just have to obsessively make sure that he has proper hydration, which is, like, impossible for cats, especially orange boys. Boy cats, you have to make sure they're hydrated because they can develop urinary problems. Oh, that's my pretty ocelot. You're such a good boy. No, absolutely. Although I will say this, for like 15 years worth of working, because I started working when I was about 15, which is nuts. I have been on time 80% of that 15 years, and so now I'm just like, you know what? You could die tomorrow. I'm showing up when it's appropriate and safe to show up to work. because I've had so many people, like, not show up to work on time, and I know it pisses my coworkers off and they hate it, but, like, I will also cover your shift, like, with almost no notice, so I feel like the trade-off there is comparable, you know what I mean? And I also don't mind working super hard, too, so I'm not gonna be like, oh, my fucking coworkers didn't do anything. It's like, as long as I can throw on a podcast and do all the work that hasn't been done, like, pretty easy peasy, like, pretty easy going, you know what I mean? I mean, realistically, this is probably the easiest job I've had in the last, like, decade or so. Aside from dancing. Dancing was easy as hell, but there was, like, more bullshit to deal with because my coworkers were massively incompetent. And, I mean, you know, everything has its perks. This whole double Beatrice thing is super confusing to me. I like long-haired Beatrice's, like, character model the best.
そのおかげで、わらわは一気に力を取り戻すことができたのだから。
しかしある夜。And just so you guys know, on the next chapter, we're going to take a short, like, 5-10 minute break. So just so you guys can prepare for, like a snack, drink, what have you break.
今思えば、あれこそがベアトリーチェ様復活の印だったに違いありません。
Purple lightning.
Just stop.
はい。
その鎮守の社は悪食島の悪霊を封じるために旅の修験者が建立した。そうでしたね。
ええ、そうでございます。
I also plan to have a shrine at my house. I like the idea of having like a visual representation of paying your respects to the fallen. I think that's really sick. I like that they have that in Asian cultures, and I think that that would be something that I absolutely want to incorporate into my daily life, you know what I mean? Like, just like a place of spiritual reverence, I think that's pretty cool.
なるほど。東洋の悪霊も西洋の魔女も OK の便利な霊境だったからというわけですか。わかりました。すっきりはしませんが、そこは折れることにしましょう。しかし、どうしてベアトリーチェが蜘蛛の巣も嫌うのかわかりません。
I mean, does anybody like spider webs? I don't like dusting them because then they get on the duster and then you have to clean the duster and then like maybe they touch you a little bit and they're just like sticky and nah.
Shikashi, それ悪食島伝説の話です。そもそもベアトリーチェの魔女伝説の発祥はこの島に引っ越してきた後宮金蔵がミステリアスな黄金伝説とそれを授けた魔女という名の愛人を吹聴してから始まったものです。つまり悪食島の悪霊と
Although, just a little bit of lore for you guys, did I ever tell you that I used to have a spider? We ended up, we lived next to this giant field, back in the hood, and it was, I found this, like, ginormous spider, like huge spider, and I put her in this beautiful terrarium, and we would feed her, like, all of the insects that got trapped in our house, and it was really sick, really cool, because then we didn't have to use, like, sprays and pesticides and stuff like that. We were just like, oh, great spider, dispose of this nasty moth. You know what I mean? Pretty awesome. Highly recommend. And that's how I learned that if you're gonna have like a bug terrarium like that, you should use like a cork lid so that it gets proper air circulation, but then you don't have to worry about a spooky bug escaping into your house. I didn't get nearly enough photos of that. Is definitely something I will be doing in the future, though. I'm gonna have a lot of spooky stuff going on in my house, you guys.
サソリの魔法陣が描かれていて、それは西洋魔術では魔除けを意味する。だから西洋魔術
20 minutes is crazy. Yeah, being like 20 minutes late to a shift, like, but like 5 minutes. If it's 5 minutes, like, get out of here. You know what I mean? No, actually, I think that my roommate got the spider in the divorce. I'm pretty sure. No, cork is cork. You can transfer air. You know what I mean? Cork is that's why wine bottles and stuff like that don't explode. Cork lid for spider. Yeah, they make all kind terrarium cork lid. So, it is a snug fit that keeps humidity consistent and allows breathable exchange. Yo, get out of here. But she got really big. I mean, she was pretty big to begin with, but she's a big gal. I've had a couple of different spiders, actually.
私の知る限りでも西洋魔女の苦手なものに雲の巣があったという記憶はありません。
Guaranteed in the future we're gonna have all kinds of like wacky like little critters.
思うに悪事木島伝説の悪霊と魔女伝説のベアトリーチェ。
I mean, I almost had a lizard yesterday. It did bite me though. I'll have to put that in the outside chat for you guys. We get a lot of really cool fence lizards here, and if they're boy lizards, their tummy is this really pretty iridescent blue.
しかし、悪事木島に住まう悪霊なるものには具体的なビジュアルイメージが伴っていませんでした。人なのか、怪物なのか、はたまた足のない幽霊なのか、さっぱりイメージがありません。人はビジュアルを伴わない空想を苦手とします。そこにベアトリーチェという魔女の伝説が登場した。悪霊よりは魔女の方が想像しやすい存在です。しかもその上、金蔵さんはベアトリーチェの肖像画を
Guys, I can't wait to be a regional witch of legends.
悪事木島伝説の一番の弱点。たたる悪霊のビジュアルイメージが初めて保管され
Just
たわ
fully
け
gray,
です。
giving out fortunes.
そこからいつの間にか2つの伝説が混じり合っていってしまったのではないでしょうか。
どうでございましょうね。
Like Kumasawa level, like silver hair. You know what I mean? But like, but like Virgilia style, except for those like whack ass bangs. I don't think I could pull off a Hime cut. I have considered it though. I have considered it.
「もし黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェを自称する人物がいたとして、彼女が本当に蜘蛛の巣を嫌うのかどうか、ぜひ聞いてみたいものです。触れるとどうなるんでしたっけ？
魔女の眷属は蜘蛛の巣に触れるとやけどを負うそうですから、多分そうなるんじゃないかと。
Touch Kumasawa with spider webs right now.
見事な魔女裁判です。蜘蛛の巣に触れてやけどするならば、それは悪霊の方であって魔女ではない。そして触れても何も起こらないのであれば、ただの人間であることの証。つまりやけどしようがしなかろうが、黄金の魔女など存在しないという証になります。
I thought iron burned. Oh, no, that's fairies.
悪事木島伝説が装いを変えただけの焼き直しに過ぎないのです。ただ伝説がそこにあるだけで、 フルドエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。いかがです、皆様方。
クモの巣ですか？触れるとやけどを？平気です。
平気なのか？
え？
I think I've told you guys this before, but when I was in biochemistry, I had an entomologist with a specialization of bees, but that's not important. And she was my professor, and she was a real bitch. She didn't really care for me at all because I was... Listen, when somebody tells you that they have a task for you and you ask for specificity of that task so that you can perform it to the best of your abilities, and then they give you this, like, they kind of like flip you shit for it, that's not necessarily a good sign when you've paid them to teach you something. So we really butted heads for that specific reason. And she gave me like one of the hardest projects that basically I had to do alone because she didn't really enjoy me. Everybody else was in a group project, but she was like, no, Riley, you'll be performing the entirety of this thesis by yourself. And I was like, fine, I guess I'll do a study on venomous spiders. And she's like, where are you gonna find venomous spiders? I'm like, how about you don't fucking worry about that, lady? How about I just perform this? Does this fit within the parameters of your weird little test? And she's like, yeah, but I doubt you'll be able to do that in the time allotted. And I'm like, why don't you let me worry about that? Like, as long as this fits the parameters, that'll be fine. And mostly I just did this to kind of flex on her a little bit that I could, in fact, procure a large amount of venomous spiders in a very short amount of time. And so when I showed up to class with, like, no less than 50 preserved venomous spiders, I was like, you're gonna need to give me more sample jars, lady. And she's like, I don't have that many sample jars, and I doubt you'll find that many spiders. And I was like, okay, well, I actually kind of had to double up some of these venomous spiders in here, which was incredibly dangerous. And if I'd been bitten, I'd be charging you for the bill. And she's like, how'd you find all these spiders? I'm like, don't worry about it. And then it's just me and like a comically large space between me and the other students because they were afraid that the spiders were still drawing breath. And I'm sitting there and I'm just in this microscope just performing calculations on these venomous spiders, and she's sitting at her desk seething, absolutely seething, because I'd like completed the first task of this like bullshit test that she'd contrived to like see if I'd fail, I guess, which I'm like, lady, I feel like you've forgotten like the fundamental part of this, which is that I'm paying you to teach me, which is like part one of when I figured out that the particular section of college that I was attending was a scam. Interesting. That'd be pretty sick. Like a natural spiderweb burn tattoo would be kind of dope. Because she's not a witch. Wait a minute. So, and follow me along this journey, if you will. Does that mean that Beatrice cannot occupy a room that has not been recently cleaned? Because absolutely guaranteed there would be spiders in there. Especially a mansion this large, it would be riddled with spiders. Like, so many spiders. Like, the most spiders you've ever seen. Especially in the boiler room. Like, any place that's, like, mildly, like, humid and dank and dark, thousands of spiders. You and me and me and you and me and your spider, Steve. No, absolutely. Just us and my spiders, Steve. I would never own a tarantula, though, because that's, like, far too large of a spider. Like, I don't want to be surprised by a spider, but at the same time, I don't want to feel like... I don't want a spider that could put my whole finger in its mouth, so you know what I mean? Like, that's a little too much. I like my spiders like about quarter size. Like that's probably the maximum size of a spider. An orb weaver is pushing it, although orb weavers are super pretty. I love a good orb weaver.
わらわを焼く。わらわにとって金蔵の書斎の扉を開けようとするのは
Really?
真っ赤に焼けた蹄鉄を渦中に拾う
I would say like about 15% of the animals that I've owned is just me getting over a fear of them. That's why I own a snake. Technically, my snake is being fostered right now by my aunt because we have like on occasion we have like power outages up here. And that happened during the winter. My snake, I'm not brave enough to sleep with my snake to keep it warm because he would bite me. He is a little bit of a diva. But, you know, the future office might have a snake in the background. They're a decently long-lived critter. My last snake lived to be like, I think 35, which is nuts. It's like the oldest snake I've ever heard of. And that's like a little rosy boa. It's an incredibly long-lived little critter.
安心せよ。これ式すぐ治る。だがそなたはどうやら平気らしいな。えい。
And if you don't like bugs and you have the available space, highly recommend getting a chicken because guess what they love to eat? Bugs. And also fish. I have not seen a single earwig since I got chickens. They just nom 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 nom. They eat that shit up like potato chips. They also really like eating mosquitoes. So every couple of days I empty out my bug zapper and they just feast. They love it. Bug protein, 10 out of 10 for chickens. We also used to have a decent problem with grasshoppers and not no more.
お父様は私を偉大なる魔女の生まれ変わりだと信じてくださいましたが、私にはそれが信じられなくて。
そなたは何者なのか。
私はベアトリーチェ。お父様のために生まれてきました。お姉様は？
Yeah, luckily we only have 2 types of venomous spiders in Idaho, so I don't have to worry that much. Like, there are a total of 5 venomous creatures in the entirety of the state. So that's pretty easy for me to remember. I could not live in the South. I would fundamentally, I'd go to grab something and immediately perish because I'd be like, oh fuck. But we have wolverines up here though, so like we have more dangerous terrestrial mammals than insects and reptiles, which is a lot easier for me to like conceptualize and be aware of. Like we have cougars here and not the kind you find at 3 a.m. at the bar. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, also speaking of guys, if you guys are up on the bird flock lore, Yams has been spotted, so I will try and get you guys some Yams footage the moment I see him again. Hopefully he sticks around during watermelon season. I love feeding Yams watermelon. Oh my god, is she gonna try and absorb her clone? Ooh, spicy. Alright. One sec, you guys. So I will return in just a quick moment, but I want you guys to tell me what you would do if you had a clone. PG answers only. Oh, nice. So you double up with your clone? Excellent. I feel like I would switch off with my clone. Like, we would do the same things, but in different, I don't know how I keep bumping this. Also, whose idea was it to, like, make laptops come up at, like, a little triangle? Like, why is my laptop not, like, flat? You know what I mean? Crazy. Crazy design choices. Oh, speaking of, my homie the other day was telling me about a fully customizable laptop, and it is called Framework. So you can like switch out components and stuff like that. Thought that was pretty interesting. Maybe that's going to be a future work computer. Who knows? Okay. Back at it. Womp. I think if you had a clone, here's the thing. If I had a male clone, I would get so much more done, but I feel like very quickly the male clone would get pissed off at me and tired. Because I'd be like, yes, lift this thing, go do this thing. And I'd be like, yeah, and very quickly the male version of me would be like, what exactly are you contributing? And I'd be like, good point. But realistically, guys, which would you pick? Would you rather have a perfect clone of yourself or super speed? I say perfect clone, but no runts, no crunchies for you. No crunchies and no drawer.
Yeah, he ran by, saw that little bit on the floor and ate it, and then just kept on and played.
Aw, look, it's your guy. He's like, I haven't seen you all day. It's snuggle time now. He's gonna get ya. Super speed? Super speed be pretty good. I feel like even if I had super speed, I feel like I'd still be just as clumsy, so I'd just be super breaking my fucking ankles.
いや、それこそがわらわたちのあるべき正しい姿に違いない。
And then they touch hands and then just melt into each other. Oh my gosh. Hey, at least at least I paused just about into the next chapter. I didn't know how close I was to the next chapter, but I was pretty close. Oh. Yeah, what's this? I feel like it's Battler. I feel like it's Battler that we're seeing in this instance. I could be wrong, though. Like a young Battler. Let me out. Let me out. This is not a dance. Also, big fan of stained glass. I feel like we're gonna have that in the future digs. Stained glass, hand painted lucky cats as all of the cats. L-shaped desk for Chunk Boy Runts to lounge upon. So is this, I wonder, is this the hallway that Jessica's room is on, or Natsui's? Like, I wonder what level this is on. So am I to assume that this, so there is no lock on this chain. It's a closed loop chain. But surely you could put enough tension on these links for them to snap. Also, because this series goes from like normal detective mystery to like survival horror in moments, I found myself a lot of the time playing Date Everything and being like, oh my gosh, what if this turned into like there's a creepy entity in the house like chasing me? I'm like, ooh, that game would be pretty cool. If anybody knows of a game like that, let me know immediately. See, there's a broken chain right there. Right there, I bet you could break. Date the creepy entity. I'd play it. I've already seen some gameplay of the like dating game where you're dating like a slim thick Cthulhu. So not that one probably. I feel like that would that wouldn't be as entertaining because I've seen a lot of that. I did get Raptor Boyfriend though, because that was on sale the other day. So I'll be doing a playthrough of that eventually, just because, like, I think it's silly. Oh, is this an abstract of, like, how did we close the loop with the chain? Oh my gosh. Rose's trapped in a room boyfriend. Like, you thought you could escape from me. Guys, turns out Rosa was the witch all along, and she had kidnapped her boyfriend and brought him to the summit with her. You're not gonna trick me, it's power. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Unoriginal. Yet good. But low-key though, why choose? You know what I mean? Everybody knows a triangle is the most powerful shape. Really? Nah, squares are lame. Oh, of course. It's not going to explain that abstraction at all. Okay.
やっぱりジョージの兄貴が持ってたか。憎い。
Here, my
スペ
sweet.
ードの6が憎い。
バートラのダイヤの8もエグかったぜ。
Hi, Mr.
あ
Kitty.
あ、もう悔しい。
ああああ、ジョージお兄ちゃんすごい、また勝った。
そうだよ。また僕たちの勝ちだね。
I want to know what the deal is with that spooky room. I feel like it's really daring to leave here. Oh. Interesting. Why would Cannon be in here? Interesting. This is... I don't think we've seen Cannon really interact much with the cousins.
惜しかった惜しかったでも楽しいぜ本気で戦うのはね
本気だろうとそうでなかろうと結果が負けでは何の意味も
とんでもない本気で戦った結果の負けならすがすがしいもんだぜいい加減に戦っての負けじゃ本気出してたら勝ってた云々で未練タラタラでしょ
そうだな
Hexagons are fine, I guess, but like the triangle is peak.
結果に関わらず爽やかなもんさ
そうだね。そしてそういう人間が一番怖いのさ。そこから必ず何かを学び成長するからね。
確かに僕は臆病だから何も学ばなかっただから未だに
Oh yeah, I fucks with Jujutsu Kaisen pretty hard. Now, don't spoil anything. I haven't finished season 3, okay? Listen, let's say the last episode I got to was the one where Maki went home. Not to spoil anything. Oh, you're so handsome. Do you have a good day today, Mr. Kitty? I bet you did.
西とか書いたり忙しかったんだろ付き合ってくれて本当にサンキューだぜ
Yuta's crazy OP.
僕も楽しかったです
Just such a broken character.
これが楽しいことなんだって
Listen, and I think a lot of people are like, oh, Yuta's creepy, and I'm like, I don't know. I feel like Yuta, if he had a modern mullet, completely different reaction to that character. You know what I mean? Yuta with the like, is it Eren Yeager? Is that the one? Hold on. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Ooh, what character is that? Yeah, Eren Yeager. If Yuta had the Eren Yeager hairstyle, smash. With this, okay, with the sole exception of Gojo, of course. Okay. Here's the other thing too, guys. If you guys have read my novel, in book there's a little bit in book 1, but in book 2, I hadn't watched Jujutsu Kaisen yet when I had written that book. I was still I was still watching Nana. I was finishing up that series and jumping into the manga of it. I accidentally created a Gojo character. Like, not his personality or anything, but just like white hair, blue eyes, because I was like, ooh. Yeah, I wrote a vampire romantasy. It's decently spicy. And then I also wrote, oh, my bag is on the back of the chair. One sec, you guys. Then while I was waiting for the illustrator to finish the cover for that, I also wrote a contemporary fiction. This contemporary fiction is about musicians and entertainers getting into shenanigans. It starts off mostly about two girls that stop being friends and kind of spiraling in their early 20s. Real fun to write, but yeah, I accidentally... So in Bite Book 2, there's a character in here called Eric E. Where is it at? Bravos. Can't remember how I spelled it. Serena. Jesus. This is way longer than I thought it was. Eryx. E-R-Y-X. I couldn't remember if I had two I's or... No. No, this all came from my brain. I had a reoccurring dream of the scene... Let's see here. I've been so focused on the other one that I'm writing. But there is... What chapter was it in? No, chapter 5 is his version of it. It was chapter 3, I think. Yeah, chapter 3. So I had a reoccurring dream of chapter 3, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna write a book. And then I smashed this out between October and like halfway through December. And this is the first book I've ever written. So book 2, I've been so close to finishing book 2 for a while now. Not like typing out the entirety of book 2, but the storyboard of book 2. I got really distracted. There's a scene that I need to finish in my brain of they're going to the capital, but it has to make sense, right? So I have to, like, the character motivations need to make sense and stuff like that. Yeah, sometimes you just get stuck on a point. Like, it is what it is. So I'm gonna do my best to have the exact same illustrator do the cover of this. I have the concept for the cover of book 2 already done, but I'm not allowed to commission it until I've written 75% of the book. So I get to have the cover. I think I've timed it. I think I've calibrated the time frame for how long it takes the cover to get done. And then by the time I finish the book in its entirety, she'll be done with the cover of book 2, and then I can send it out for ARC raids with the cover of book 2. But I'd never written a book before. I didn't know how long it took to illustrate that stuff. So book 2, I have pretty well handled in my brain, and then book 3 is the one that I have to write more so from start to finish. I have like the raw. I have like 2 or 3 scenes already already done in my head, because it plays kind of like a movie in my head, which makes it a little bit easier to make the scenes. But it still has to make sense. You still have to follow like a plot, you know. And then I am also working on an Asian billionaire duet, but I've kind of gotten distracted with that one. It's really hard to write a book, you guys. You have to You have to focus, and that's not my strong suit. I tend to write best in the winter, but I got kind of busy this winter, so we'll see if I can pick that back up around about this October. You really have to follow through anything. Yeah, I do. Otherwise it'll drive me nuts. Like, for example, I couldn't sleep until, like, I couldn't have other dreams until I finished this book because it needed to be written. And so I wrote it, and then I was like, ooh, what if I wrote something more modern and in first person? And so I was like, yeah, I challenged myself, I'll do that. But now I'm like, so the program that I use to do the voiceovers is really like, it's basically, they're like one and done, like they won't do any alterations. So I was like, you know what, if I'm going to release it as a paperback and an audiobook, I might as well like polish up some scenes that they're pretty good, but I want them to be better if I'm gonna have it printed, you know what I mean? Same thing what I did with this. I had like 12 revisions on this book, which was nuts. And so then this will also be available as an ebook, a paperback, and an audiobook. So then those two will be done, and then maybe my brain will let me finish the plot for my duet. Because I already have a lot of the scenes written in my head. I just need to sit down and do it. You know what I mean? It's hard because I have to have like 1,000 things I'm doing, or I'll drive myself crazy. I can't sit still just as a person, but it is a trade-off. Like, and you have to plan it seasonally around the things you're doing as well, because there's not a lot to do in the winter, so it's a really great time to write. You can't get me to write shit in the summer, though. Summertime, I do all outside, like, farming stuff. I don't remember Canon being around any of these scenes at all. I remember pretty prominently that that Shannon was involved in this stuff, but I don't remember Canon hanging out with them at all. I don't think it's so much writer's block. I just get pulled in a lot of different directions, and I think I'm more prone to putting more on my plate than I can handle, but then it's really rewarding when things just like work out and you just hit a flow state and get like a ton of things done all at once. Like the other day, I've been waiting for my 4-wheeler's battery to get fixed, and my roommate fixed it for me, which was really, really cool of her. And then I was able to do like 4 or 5 different things that I've been like waiting forever to finish. Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I never thought I would be a writer, but like I've written a bunch of stories. I have a couple plant-based horror stories that I wrote like almost a decade ago that I was just like fucking around doing, and my husband's like, "What do you mean you've written before?" I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm not like a writer." And he's like, "You could write a book?" And I was like, "I don't know. I don't think I could." He's like, "Have you ever tried?" And then I was like, "Fuck it. Yeah, I'll write a book." And then he wrote a book, and I'm pissed because he's like so effortlessly good at it. It's not even funny. But he's writing more of like a self-development book. Oh, there's nothing better than getting a bunch of shit done. Like, honestly, it's better than a cigarette after sex, you guys. That might be TMI. But. It's also especially funny if you know that I'm allergic to tobacco, so it is 100% a metaphor. And here in like 10 days or so, I'm gonna potentially have a bunch of baby chicks. So I'll have to do like not necessarily a ton more farm chores, but more farm chores. And it's not a lot, but it becomes a lot if you don't manage it properly. Like, you have to time everything just perfectly. It doesn't hurt that I wake up at like between noon and 2, which not lately. I've been waking up at like 4. But if you wake up at like noon to 2 and then you don't go to bed until like 6 to 8, like if you basically my schedule is like completely the opposite of a normal person's, and it really does help out getting a lot of that stuff done. I miss I have a bunch of chickens. I have like, I think I have like 30 chickens right now. I fed them a bunch of fish today. They were so stoked. They're having a great time. And I've been trying to get some videos for you guys of, one of my chickens is half Swedish flower. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've had cattle before, and I don't think I would ever have cattle again. I've had horses before, too. Not the biggest fan of that. What kind of chickens? I have a ton of chickens, actually. I have, from my favorites, I have Swedish flower hens. I have a couple of those. They're the smartest chickens, and in fact, my Swedish flower hen cross, she knows how to use a cat door, which Grandma's very excited about. Not so much, because the chicken breaks into her house and eats a bunch of cat food, which is hilarious to me. It's kind of grown on Grandma. She's like, Praline's in here again, and she just, like, comes through the cat door and just, like, gorges herself on cat food, which is... what a ridiculous chicken. She's the only one that knows how to do that, too, which is funny. And then, her father, Orn, is full Swedish flower hen, and he is very suspicious of my husband every time he comes out there to do, like, any kind of farm chores and stuff with me, or just to, like, kind of hang out. Orn's like, hey, he's here to steal my hens, because he recognizes that it's, like, a large man over there, and I'm like, Orn, it's fine, he's not here to steal your hens, like, but he's like, hey, I'm the biggest rooster, and it's like, calm down, buddy. The cat food's not great for them, it's not terrible, but their chickens are nuts. Mine are pretty cool, though. I like my chickens. They're all really tame. I don't have any naughty chickens, for the most part. And then, like, none of them are a pain. You know what I mean? Like, none of them are aggressive. But I have lavender Orpingtons, which are pretty cool. Those are like a purple chicken, and they're ginormous. They're huge birds. I have Australorps, which are pretty awesome. I like them. They're like this really pretty iridescent black. I think I have one Rhode Island Red. She's like one of the original chickens I got like 6 years ago. Is this the chicken chat? Listen, for just a moment, it's a chicken chat. I need to get my other channel going, but I'm still waiting on like a power and Wi-Fi connect to over where I'm trying to do all that stuff. So that is the sticking point on that. But once that gets finished, I'll have those completely separate. I'll have all my outdoor like touch grass stuff on that one, and then I'll have all of my like gaming and like kind of nonsense things over here, and then all of my book related stuff other than like just checking in kind of stuff will be on my author channel and stuff like that. When chickens cry. Roosters. I had an Australorp rooster and Isa Browns and hatched them. Oh, nice. Yeah, Australorps are pretty cool. One of my husband's favorites, I have 4 roosters right now. My husband's favorite is a Moran's, Black Copper Moran's and Australorp cross. He's the very first chicken that we hatched on the farm. His name is Cesare. He's gorgeous and fantastic. He hurt his leg the other day though, so right now he is in the infirmary with the hen that I have that is hatching our new generation of chickens right now. I have an incubator nest and I have an under my chicken nest, and we're gonna see which one of those turns out better. Hopefully they both turn out and I just have like a ton of chickens hatched. But I don't think I'm gonna get that lucky. I think I'm gonna have to transfer my incubator chickens to my incubator hen. Eventually I'd like to have a turkey. I'm really fond of turkeys. I think they're pretty sick. I'd like to have a peacock, but I think hubby has downvoted having peacocks. And then I'll have goats eventually. And then the ending, so we'll stream, and then I'll switch over to the Nature Chick channel, and then I'll milk goats, and then that'll be our like ritualistic sign off, is I'll milk a goat and then go to sleep. The extended universe for this cult is gonna go so stupid crazy over the next 10 years, you guys have no idea. It'll either be like a rags to riches story, or it'll be me slowly going insane. Either way, 10 out of 10 content. My goal ultimately is to peasant max. And then slowly you guys will just see my hair go completely gray, and I'll be giving you guys fortunes and like just holding a ginormous rooster. I'm just like, the bones and skulls tell us tale. Do I live in, I don't know where that is. No, I live in the Pacific Northwest. I feel like I've said this to you guys before, but I'm very suspicious of characters with hats. I feel like the fact that they have a hat indicates that they have something to hide. Like, I feel like I would not be surprised if it came to our attention that Canon is a catboy. Like, that he's a secret catboy, you know? Oh, no. No, all my neighbors are Mexican. Which is why I get the best tamales. It's tamale season. And in the fall, too, we have, me and my neighbor and my coworker, we have, like, a soup group. And so I provide all of the, like, mushroom and vegetable and, like, beef soups, and they do all, like, the chicken soups and stuff like that. I think I'm gonna introduce them to, like, a chicken dumpling soup, too. I'm pretty excited. One of my girlfriends in Canada has a really cool recipe for stovetop dumpling soup, which I'm excited to try. Also, I feel like, unironically, it is a canon event that Jessica, a girl that is predisposed to music and the arts, likes a sad boy. Oh, yeah. Soup, listen, I don't understand why more people don't soup. Soup is so good for you. It's like a very nutritionally dense, hydrating meal. 10 out of 10.
何の話？家具だから恋ができないとか、そういう話ならもう聞きたくないよ。カノン君は家具なんかじゃない。人間だよ。
I don't think canon being furniture dissuades Jessica at all. Yeah, she's like, I can fix this furniture. Yeah, soup is amazing. In the fall, I make a Mahakan dwarven soup, which is straight from The Witcher, by the way, and it's chanterelles, bacon, onions, potatoes, delicious, with like a nice like hunk of sourdough bread to dip in there. I mean, you could cut like 4 or 5 cords of wood with that. Just a hearty. It makes you want to like smelt metal. You know what I mean? It makes you want to like hit the forge and like, you know, take the pickaxe to the mine. You know what I mean?
それは愛だと。それはこの世に住まう人間は当たり前のように享受できるものです。しかし家具として生み出されたこの世ならざる身には当たり前ではないのです。その当たり前でないものを得るには魔法か奇跡が必要なんです。
さっきからこれがわからないの。
何がわからぬというか聞かせよ。
今回のゲームが始まり、短くない時間がシャノンやカノンの恋への決意に割かれてきたわ。それ自体は自らを家具と蔑んできた少年少女の青春の決意と成長の物語と好意的に見てもいい。でも二人のある前提にさっきから強い違和感を覚えるの。
なぜ魔法が必要なのかであるか。
シャノンもカノンも、いえ、あえて家具と呼ぶわ。家具たちは最初から一貫して人間とは恋愛ができないと主張してきた。そこに黄金蝶のブローチという魔法が介在し、その魔法という奇跡の結果、ジョージお兄ちゃんとの恋愛が成立した。そう主張してるわ。
身分の違いによる許されぬ恋が実るには魔法の奇跡でもないことにはありえぬと。
No, that's
そう考
entirely
えた
possible.
としても無理はあるまい。
そうね。だから使用人の身分であるシャノンとカノンが共に後ろ宮家の人間に恋をし、許されざる恋に苦悩して自らを家具と卑下したとしても、それは納得できるの。
ではそなたの納得できない点とは。
再び魔法の力がなければ結婚はできない。それがシャノンとカノンの二人の共通認識になってる。これがどうしてもよく理解できないの。
Oh, I see what it is. I don't know how that got turned back on. My bad. Is that better?
結ばれようとする二人の間に立つなぞ。
OBS is like, are you sure you wanted to have this turned off? And it's like, yes, OBS, I am.
そういうこと。伴侶を生涯守りきると誓ったジョージお兄ちゃんにとって、両親の反対や感動さえ恐れるものではない。むしろそれらさえも彼女への愛を示すちょうどいい試練だとさえ思っているわ。つまり二人は必ず結婚する。誰も拒めない。そして二人は婚約を快諾した。
I don't know, I feel like the government has something to say about that.
阻めない。
Potentially.
馬に蹴られてなんとやらであるな。
そう。だから不思議なの。魔法なんて必要ない。しかし、ジョージお兄ちゃんはきっぱりと誓ってるわ。両親に婚約を認められなくても構わないと。そう。二人の婚約を阻む理由は何も存在しないの。そしてそれはシャノンがよく知ってるはず。
There's not a single thing wrong with their engagement.
なぜ彼女はこの順風満帆の婚約を受けたこの夜になおも魔法の奇跡を祈るの？
魔法の奇跡を得なければ結ばれる資格もないというのが。
Yeah, it turned back, so it, desktop audio takes any noise that's going on my computer and records it into the stream, whereas specifically the game audio, that can be selected, but sometimes OBS decides to just turn those off for whatever reason.
愛し合う二人に結ばれるための他にどんな奇跡が必要だっていうの？
なるほど。
Yeah, it is weird that, like, it, yeah, I guess that makes sense. It is weird that they're like, he's like, no, we're gonna get married, here's the ring, I am engaged to you now. And she's like, oh, it's a miracle, we should be together. And it's like, kind of seems like all he has to do is, like, sign the paperwork, right? I mean, you're an orphan, like, who's your legal guardian?
こっちも障害は何も存在しないのよ。
クラウスと夏日に結婚を認めさせようと思わない限り。
Yeah, who's Shannon's legal guardian? That might be important, because if Shannon's legal guardian doesn't consent to the marriage, that might be the problem. Maybe?
カノンもまた生き方を変えた。そして素直な気持ちを伝え、ジェシカお姉ちゃんと二人で恋路を歩み始めた。 必要ないのよ。もはや魔法は。片思いの相手になら恋のおまじないも必要か
I
もし
wonder
れ
if
な
that factors in at all.
い。でももはや両者は相思相愛。意思も疎通でき
The
てる。
miracle is that Shannon has to pry George away from his role as a Discord mod. One day, kitten, we will be married. Then me and my princess will be head of the Ushiramiya family.
つまりこういうことよ。どうして家具は恋を
How
し
do the
てはい
eggs
け
look?
ないの？
I
魔
have
法という奇跡
all
なく
kinds
し
of
て
different
は
colored eggs.
なぜ恋が
I have
許されぬこ
blue
と
and
になってい
green
るの
and like a
か
dark chocolate and
そして
some like cream
堅くな
colored
に
eggs.
恋ができないと嘆いていた
I
彼
don't
た
have
ち
any
に
white eggs though
それを
because
許
none
す
of
こ
them
と
are
のできる
pure
黄金蝶のブローチ
none of them are purebreds anymore.
一体何だっていうの？
Like the purebred Swedish flower hens lay a white egg, but
もちろん魔法の結晶であるぞ。
I think all of my
多く
hens
の
that
魔
are
法と
Swedish
同
flower
様
are
に
crosses.
半魔法の毒素で焼かれもする。
Hopefully after I hatch all
魔
of
女
the
や魔
eggs that
法
I
を
have
信じる者にし
currently,
か
I'll get
効
more
果がない
green
という
layers.
ことなんですね。
その通りだ。
I like the
よって
green and pastel eggs.
わらわと交流することができたシャノンにはそ
But
の
I
効果を発
I
揮
like
した。
the
しかし
green
もし
and blue
シャノンが
pastel
そのブロー
eggs,
チを砂
but I
浜に落
also
とし
really like the
何も知らぬ
the
者が
like
拾
dark
ったと
chocolate
した。
Moran's eggs. Excuse me? George can clap his feet like that one guy. What? Oh, nice. Yeah, and I also have, for the most part, so my aunt likes to hatch the eggs specifically. So I'm like, hey, anytime a chick hatches, I want you to take a picture of the chick out of the egg. Because the color of the egg determines who the mother is, but the color of the chick determines who the father is because of the feathering. So I have it down to a partial science where if my lavender Orpington plus my lavender Orpington, that makes a lavender Orpington baby, so they will have lavender feathers and a black beak and eyes. But if it is any of the other roosters mixed with the lavender, they will have light pastel head feathers, I believe, and then their body will be black. So it's like you can see the different coat patterns and stuff like that. And if they're a rooster, they will always be red. So I'm like, if you see any of them that hatch that are red, do not get attached to them because those are destined for soup. And then if you mix, I think I had like a silver laced Wyandotte, and you mix that with I can't remember which rooster it was, but it'll make like a different lacing pattern and stuff like that. It's really fun. If I can find it, there's actually a calculator that you can put them into. If you know the like color genetics of your chicken, and the feathering patterns of their parents, it'll tell you the like Punnett square likelihood of like what the babies will look like, and then what they'll look like as adults, which is really fun. Because if you pick the right mixture of chickens, when they hatch, you'll know every time what their gender is, so you'll know immediately what the ratio of male to female is, which is really fun. Kind of like how if you have a calico cat, 98 or something like that % of the time it'll be female.
大勢の人間がそのアイテムの魔力を信じれば、
Oh,
逆
damn.
に魔力を維持することもある。
皮肉な話ですね。私たち魔女がどんな魔法を授けても、それを
Jurian, I
受
don't
け
know
取れ
what
るか
that
どう
is.
かは
Is
全
that,
て人間次第なんですね。
薬もそうだと聞いているぞ。
it is outside
同
my
じ
medical
薬を飲んで
knowledge.
も、その
But
効
hopefully
果
that
を
works
知ら
out
さ
for
れ
you.
ている人間にはより大きい効果が出るという。
あ、ちょっとわかります。風邪薬とか飲んだ時、薬効の解説書とか読んでると薬の効きがいいような気がしますよね。
Yeah. Yeah, there's a, like I said, there's a, I think it's a German guy actually, if I recall, that put all of that information into a calculator that'll show you what they turn into. It's pretty neat. I use it, I used to use it before when I had 3 roosters, because then I could determine based off of the different coat patterns of each of my 3 roosters what they would throw. So that I could, if I separated my coop, then I could ensure the specific offspring of those chickens and sell the eggs for like those express purposes to get those chickens. Like making a sex-linked chicken, which just means a chicken that you can identify based off of its gender through feathering or other physical observable factors. I mean, if it's in the fall, farming is so weird because I don't think a lot of people do, doing the math is one thing, but doing it is another. No, you don't have to do the math. Like, you just input what your chicken looks like, and it'll tell you. Like, no math involved. I say calculator, but in so much as it's, factor A plus factor A equals factor B. You know what I mean? Or factor A to the B, or whatever. I'll find it. I'll make a note right here so I don't forget. Chicken. Read. It's kind of fun to mess with. I'll put it in the stream chat in the Discord. Which made a chicken meal with magic. Listen, you don't have to do magic to end up with too many roosters. I know that for a fact. The last time that I hatched chickens, I ended up with like 70% roosters, and I was pissed. I had like 6 hens and like 12 roosters. I was like, how the hell did this happen? It was candy. I hope it's all those marshmallow pumpkins. I could make that, by the way. Ooh, guys, would you tell me, in the future, do you want me to make natural marshmallow Umineko fluffy snacks? I could do that. Easy peasy. Turns out natural marshmallows super fun to grow. It's good for cold and flu season also. It's indirectly related to hibiscus. Did you know that? Just one? What does it mean when the text is gold? I've never seen that before.
愛がなければ見えない。それは理解できてるの。これを手品だと断じるもよし、魔法だと信じるもよし、そのものの毒素次第であろうな。でもこれは、かつての魔法の一部を説明はできるけど、すべてを説明することはできない。
Gross. I don't like that at all.
話を戻すけれど、この程度の魔法やおまじないを信じるという程度の話では、
Please tell me that's a metaphor.
ができないと嘆いていた家具たちに、それを許すことのできる黄金蝶のブローチとは一体何かという問いに答えられない。そこにいる二人のベアとの話を鵜呑みにするなら、魔法には 彼らの諦めを取り除く力があると考えるのが妥当であろう。
どうして家具は恋をしてはいけないの？どうして魔法のブローチの力が必要なの？確かにあんたやベアトたちの話は一見、それにおぼろげとはいえ答えを与えているような気がする。でも朗読者だから言わせて、それでは納得がいかないの。
納得とは？
家具たちはもっともっと悲壮な宿命に抗おうとしているわ。恋愛成就のお守りを託されたくらいで
Mini cows are going to be the next arc. Mini cows are terrible.
思えないの？現にシャノンはかつてジョージお兄ちゃんとの出会いのきっかけを作ったのはブローチのおかげだけど、それ以降は魔法の力を借りずに関係を深めたいと言ってベアトにブローチを返そうとさえしたわ。
The gold text she said was... I'm gonna just for half a second, you guys, I need to have that there. And then I'm going to screenshot that to remember what I'm talking about, because I won't remember. Yeah. Get out of there. Oh, once again, my phone's like, you're at like 2% battery. And it's like, once again, my phone's like, you're at like 2% battery. It's like, copy and delete. And then I'll put that. Oh, it won't just let me... Okay, I guess I have to do that a second time. Sorry, you guys, I didn't know it wouldn't let me do that. Does this count as magic? Okay, save to photos. Hasn't showed up on there yet. Send that over. Choose image. Oh my gosh. For an extra $9.95, we'll make this image, image more refined. It's like, easy.
なのになぜ再びその力を必要としているの？
さて、恋と結婚は別物としか言いようがないであろうな。
Yeah, how do you feel, Max, how do you feel about this new slim thick witch with the horns?
思考を巡らすそなたを見ることもまた朗読の楽しみだ。私の見解を話せば、そなたはそれに納得し、思考を止める。それでは朗読が面白くない。
すでに答えを知ってる推理小説を読ませて、右往左往するところを見て楽しんでるってわけね。
Is this you guys' favorite witch so far, like character model wise? Because I think, me personally, I think the color scheme of this outfit is whack, but the outfit itself eats. You know what I mean? Like the green and that shade of green and that shade of pink, I'm not a big fan of. but the outfit itself has potential. You know what I mean? Can't see the game. Bro, what are you talking about? Can't see the game. Oh, you are... I see. You are in the vertical for YouTube. That's just for clipping. You need to switch to the horizontal one, and then you'll be able to see everything. Yeah, you're in the horizontal. You need to swap over to... You're in the vertical. You need to swap over to the horizontal. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't link those two, which I think is silly. I think if YouTube had any sense in their head, they would make it so that if you turned your phone, it went to the other one, but apparently we don't have that technology. Even though I'm certain that I've seen that before in an instance of streaming, I just can't remember on what site. I could have sworn that used to be a YouTube feature, did it not? Or am I just... Yeah, there we go. I could have sworn that was a feature at some point, was it not? Like, was that old school Twitch that I'm thinking of, where you could look at it one way, and then when you turned your screen, it, like, expanded the view? I don't think I mean, there's not that many streaming services, so I wonder if I've seen that before. That's definitely a technology that exists. Nice. I'm happy to hear it. And to a degree, I have the vertical set up that way so it doesn't spoil it. So that you could clip something and not know what's going on. Ooh.
ごめん。何の話？
僕もシャノンも恋を成就させるには魔法が必要なのです。そのための鍵がこのブローチ。僕が踏んで割ったので。
But only one of us can use the brooch. Like, sure. All my joints and muscles are so sore. I'm probably gonna have to wait a minimum of 5 more days until I can do more strenuous outdoor labor. Dude, being weak sucks. I need to lift more weights. By more, I mean more than 0, too. Embarrassing. The weakness of my flesh disgusts me.
大丈夫です。でも、直接は見ないで。目をやられます。
One brooch for magic. Fair enough. That, you know what? If, let's say for sake of argument, I believed in this particular form of magic, enchanting items having 1 charge to them does make sense. So at least they're logically consistent there. I'm not gonna lie, this game has very much radicalized me towards, like, butterfly-shaped, hair accessories. I think I'm gonna be the 30-year-old woman with butterfly clips in my hair, straight up. And one of them just has, like, a giant ribbon on it that says, "Have you asked me about Umineko?" One side.
Sa. 今は大丈夫ですよ。急ぎましょう。
お父様が甘いものをお好きだといいのですが。
ええ、お好きですもの。甘いものに限らず、何でもよくお召し上がりになりますよ。
Oh, we don't talk about, like, religious stuff on stream. Religion or politics, just generally, probably no-go. Unless you want to talk about, like, the cult specifically as like an abstract, non-religious concept. I feel like the TOS is pretty clear on that, and also religious and political topics just tend to be kind of a bummer.
今の私に許されていることはこんなことくらいですので。
わらわがバトラにクッキーをか。なぜに夜の支配者であるわらわが稀な客人であるバトラ
Ooh, I
に
need
そ
to
こまで
remember
尽
to
く
fix
すのか。
that
わからん。
website.
ここで何をしている？
お父様、失礼しました。決して大切なゲームの邪魔に来たわけでは。
どうしてここに入れた？
I love that he lowers the octave of his voice. He's speaking from the back of his throat.
親方様に内密で差し入れをお届けしたいとのことで、私が鍵をお貸ししました。
Why have you permitted the women into my study, Genji?
親方様に喜んでもらおうと、ベアトリーチェ様が一生懸命クッキーを焼いたんですよ。
Hey, yo, speaking of, what's you guys' favorite type of cookie?
ゲンジさんがクッキーを焼く
Safe
の
for
にお
work
上手だ
answers
ったなん
only.
て、とても驚きました。
最近は全然ですけど、昔の源氏さんはそれはもういろいろなお料理を作ってくれたんですよ。
I think mine is oatmeal
特
chocolate
に
chip.
お菓子作りはお上手で。
クッキー？
はい、お父様への差し入れです。大切なゲーム
Double
の必
chocolate
勝を
chip. Nice, nice.
心よりお祈りいたしております。
親方様。
ありがとう。感謝する。だが甘い
When
もの
my
は苦手
idiot
だ。
girlfriend gives me cookies in the middle of me doing dark magic.
親方様。
同じことを
That's
もう
great,
一度言わ
honey.
せるな。
Thanks.
片付けて下がってくれ。
Don't interrupt me again.
親方様、せめて一口お口に運ばれるわけには
That's
まい
right,
ませ
Battler.
んか。
Never forget
ベ
that
ア
it's
トリーチェ様
possible
が
that she could be
親
trying to
方
poison
様
you.
のためを思いこしらえたものでございます。
気持ちはありがたく受け取っておく。今は大切なゲームの最中だ。俺にとっても、ベアトにとっても大切な最後のゲームなんだ。だから頼む。俺の心をかき乱すような真似は慎んでくれ。
それはあまりにもひどうございます。気持ちは感謝する。大いに結構でございます。しかしそれをせめて一口お召しになる形ではお示しできませんか。
お父様。
熊沢、それを片付け下がるように。
親方様。
失礼しました。片付けましょう、熊沢さん。
そういうわけには参りません。大切なゲームに少しでも力添えしたいベアトリーチェ様がせめてこのような形でもお力になりたいと
Imagine these
頑張
cookies
ら
are
れた
just
差し入れで
inedible.
ございます。それを一口さえせずに下げろとは女をバカにするに
They're
も
rock
程がござい
hard.
ます。
She didn't put any baking powder in them at all.
親方様も男ならば女の手作りの差し入れにせめてどうか
They're
一
burnt.
口で結構でございますのでお手をつけてく
Nah,
だ
not
さ
if
い
she
ま
had help. They're probably
せ。
good.
女の気持ちを踏みにじろうというおつもりでしたらこの熊沢殺されたってここは引きませんよ。ええ、引きません。
熊沢さん、もう結構ですから。
そういうわけには参りません。親方様、 これに毒でも入っているとお思いですか？
That's a weird thing to lead with, but the first thing I thought of immediately. But of course. Have Genji eat a cookie first, just to be safe. Eat one in front of me, and then I'll eat one. You can't ever... Listen, a lot of people end up in bad situations based off of specifically, like... Hold on. The word is escaping me. A lot of people end up in bad situations based off of, like, the laws of hospitality and stuff like that, I think. Where it's just like, oh, well, I brought you a gift, so the least you can do is try it. And it's like, pretty sure there was some woman not too long ago that, like, poisoned her entire family. So it's like, you know, maybe, just maybe, you should be a teensy bit suspicious before, accepting, like, gifts from strangers or people that you don't know particularly well. Like, I don't eat food from people I don't know, which I know is, like, probably weird, I guess, but guess who's never had food poisoning around the holidays? This bitch. Because people think it's nice, like, if I've not been to your house and seen your kitchen, I don't want food from you. You know what I mean? I think that's a pretty good rule of thumb, too. You know? Like, people think it's super nice around the holidays to, like, make these little snacks or whatever, and I'm just like, I don't know you, and I make food in a commercial kitchen, and I don't think that you made this in a commercial kitchen, and I don't know if you know, like, basic food safety. So I'm probably not going to eat these cookies from a stranger. You know what I mean? Now, if my, like, reasonably, if, like, my girlfriend of, like, a couple weeks or something like that made me cookies, I'd be like, okay. Like, I mean, like, if I'm willing to eat her, I'm probably willing to eat the food she makes, good, bad, or indifferent. But the first time I eat your banana bread and it's raw in the middle, I'm not eating your food again. Your food privileges have been revoked, you know? And I feel like that's probably, like, a pretty good metric for not getting accidentally poisoned by a stranger or loved one. No, because she tricked us that one time, remember? If I watch her prepare it, then yes. If I don't have any... Once again, if I watch her prepare it, then yes, I would. If Kumasawa eats one in front of me 20 minutes after she does so, then yes, I would. But I'm definitely wandering around the room. I'm making conversation. I'm, like, avoiding eating it until I see somebody else eat it. Because I've been to a lot of potlucks where the food is just straight up inedible, and I'm at a point in my life where I don't care about offending you. I'm not eating this indistinguishable pile of slop. You know what I mean? At one point, somebody tried to feed me a casserole with unmelted Kraft cheese on the top of it, and I was like, no. Because I made cranberry brie bites, and lamb meatballs with tzatziki, homemade, by the way. And honestly, I don't recommend making homemade tzatziki. The one you can get at the store is just fine. And I was like, yeah, I'm not eating that. You know what I mean? I appreciate the effort, except I don't know. Like, there are just certain people whose food I won't eat. And I'm okay with that. There's a reason no one wants to eat your macaroni salad, you know what I mean?
このベアトを知ることもまた、やがてのベアトを知ることにつながる。そしてそれは、このおかしなゲームで最大の大駒と、あるいは このゲーム版そのものを説明するかもしれない。
謎多き魔女であるな。
ベアトリーチェ、話を聞きたいわ。
はい。何でしょうか、エンジェさん。
あなたはなんで後宮バトラをお父様と呼ぶの？
Yeah, that's weird.
私という駒を生み出してくださったからです。
では、どうして後宮バトラにそこまで尽くすの？駒は生み出した造物種に絶対服従しなくてはならないルールでもあるの？
Oh no.
そんなルール
Oh
は
no,
ない。
Angie's trying to teach Peace Beatrice feminism. Stop her. Somebody stop her.
ゲームマスターが上手に扱えば便利な道具になる。しかし扱いを間違えれば自らを傷つけもする。道具になろうと凶器になろうと、そこに道具の意志はない。ただ結果があるだけだ。
じゃあ、どうしてあんたはお兄ちゃんにアームを尽くすの？まるでそれはあなたという駒の目的かのようだわ。
はい。それが私が生み出された目的だからです。
あんたを生み出したお兄ちゃん自身がその目的を与えたの？
それは違う。バトラはゲームマスターとしてそういう役目を持った駒を盤上に置いたに過ぎない。そして
Real quick, what chapter are
彼
we
女
on?
という駒を生み出したのは
Oh, we're like 2/3 of the way on.
このゲームを生み出した最初のゲームマスターであるベアトリーチェ自身だ。
はあ、ややこしい話だわ。つまりあんたはお兄ちゃんのことをお父様お父様呼んでるけど、別に父親ってわけじゃないのね。あんたはお兄ちゃんに尽くさなければならないという目的のために親しみを込めてお父様と呼んでるだけだわ。
はい。そうだと思います。私という駒を盤上に置いてくださったのがお父様です。お父様が盤上に置かなければ私という駒の出番はありません。ですから私がここにこうして存在し、そして私の目的のために尽くせるのは全てお父様のおかげなのです。
なるほど。そして
Oh,
それ
I
は
was pinning
お父様と呼ぶ
information
のにふさわ
in
しいってわけ
the
ね。
Discord, so I didn't have to search for
じ
it
ゃあ
again.
誰があんたにお兄ちゃんに尽くすように命じたの？ああ、それは初代ゲームマスターのベアト自身よね。
That's hilarious.
ああ、ややこし
Another
い。
A tier meme from
なぜに
Kyrian
そなたは後宮バトラ
and
に尽くさねばならぬのか
Hilarious.
と尋ねたいのであろう。
It's possible that you're in the vertical chat. If you switch to the horizontal stream in YouTube, you should be able to see the visual novel that we're watching. The vertical stream's just for clipping, and unfortunately, YouTube does not combine the
そ
two
れも考
for
えてみ
whatever
るが
reason.
いい人の子よってわけね。で、ついでにあんたにはもうその察しがついていて、ニヤニヤしながら私が悩んでいるのを見ているってわけだわ。
そなたは我が巫女としてつくづく優秀だ。
私はお父様に尽くします。私の存在がお父様の幸福のお役に立てる、それが私の一番の喜びです。そして
何？そして何を？
はい。そして
Hello.
それをいつかお父様にお認めいただければ、それが私の一番の幸せなのです。
何よそれ。尽くしたいってだけならまさに魔女の家具ねと言いたいところだけど、それを認めてもらいたい？それじゃ家具ってより
I see. Uh-oh. No! Oh, did it log back out again? Maple. There we go. Restream, get it together. Sorry, one sec, you guys. One sec. Of course, it's gonna be silly. There we go. Sorry about that. Restream is being ridiculous. Raisins in the macaroni salad is wild. Raisins make sense in maybe like an ants on a log style situation, or maybe with oatmeal. Honey, what else is good with raisins?
そうね。かつてのあんたは
Oh, did you
誰
pull
が
your
相手でも
shoulder
呼び捨
again?
てにしてたわ。
Ooh.
だからといって
You're probably in the vertical. You need to
お父様を呼び捨
swap
てには
over
で
to
き
the
ません。
horizontal. We're watching
せめ
a
て
visual novel.
バトラさんと呼ぶように努力はしたいと思います。
Yeah, there we go.
あんなに冷たくされてよくめげないものね。
Well, of course not.
いえ、バトラさんは今大切なゲームに臨まれています。
Oh my
相
gosh.
手は大ベルンパ
Beatrice
ステル教の
craves the
子の
toxic relationship.
強敵エリカ教です。いよいよゲームが佳境に差し掛かろうというデリケートなところに私がしゃしゃり出て、バトラさんが望まないお父様という言葉をかけてしまったのですから。機嫌を崩されても無理ないことです。
それとも私に愛がないから見えない。
愛があれば見えぬものが見えることもあろうな。
Oh my gosh, did she just make him like mud pies essentially, where it's like a fake food? Like she just handed him a ball of lint and she's like, "Look, I made cookies." And he's like, "Yeah, I won't be eating that."
ほーら食べろよ。わらわが珍しく手作りしたのだぞ。安心せよ。自信作であるぞ。
お嬢様の場合、むしろ自信作の方が不安になろうという。
Now they're definitely poison.
まったくだぜ。お前が作るクッキーなんて、どうせおかしな毒が入ってるに決まってら。
それは心外な。仮に入っていたとしても、そなたのあれがそうなって、こうなっちゃうかもしれない程度のもんではないか。
Excuse me? Pause.
そういうことばかり普段からしているから、バトラ君に食べてもらえないのです。
手料理に何か入れるなんて基本でしょ。爪に髪の毛、魔法のおまじないに愛のかけら。
Oh, that's
あんたたちだったら何を入れるの？
何も入れません。美味しく自分でいただいちゃいます。
だと思ったわ。あんたは出落ちなのよ、まったく。
でも女は3つの袋をつかめって言うし、胃袋は最初の第一歩よね。次がお財布の袋で、3つ目は何かしら。
Base does notice.
男を振り向かせるなら、身も心も魂さえも全てを私のために捧げさせたい。だからこそ私は手料理に全ての力と愛情を注ぎ込めるの。
いずれにせよ手料理を食べさせるのは古今不変の成功法と言えるだろうな。
バカバカしい。そんな小細工をしないと男心一つつかめないなんて情けないったらありゃしないわ。へえ、お姉様が男心をどの程度おつかみになった経験がおありか聞いてみたいものですけど。
バトラー、何もおかしなもんは入ってないから食ってくれよ。
Suspicious
わ
as
らわ
hell.
がそなたのためにクッキーを手作りするなんて二度とねえからさ。何が不満か？
それを俺に言わせるつもりか？
新しきわらわがそなたの望んだ姿とあまりに違えば違うほどわらわが二度とよみがえらぬ存在であることを思い知らされるからであろう。いい女は逃したら二度と捕まらぬわ。今頃になってわらわがいい女だったと気づいたであろうが。
And she's just a lunatic.
うるせえ。お前なんか二度と現れなくてせいせいすら。
Valor, why are you crying? That's not very based or red pilled of you.
わかっていると思う
が。わかってな。
そなたの期待するわらわはすでに消
えた。わかってる。あのベアとは紛れもないお前自身ではあってもかつてのお前とは異なる存在で、お前はもう 対に蘇らない。
わらわの魂とこの女らしさ、性格の良さ、気風の良さは魔女としての1000年によって培われたものだ。それは全く同じ1000年を経ぬ限りわらわと同じにはなり得ぬ。すなわちそなたがわらわを生み出そうと目論む時点ですでに生い立ちが異なるのだ。
ああ、お前が絶対に蘇らないなんて。あのショーワル・ベルンカステルにバッチリ保証されてるぜ。
だが期待しているのであろう。新しきわらわがある豆腐の角にでもコツンと頭をぶつけ過去の記憶を取り戻して見事復活みたいなのを期待しているのであろう。そんな妄想プロット今時ラノベだって通用せぬわ。
うるせえ。お前だってかつて俺が思い出して気づくのをずっと待ってやがったじゃねえかよ。
There we go.
わらわもそなたがいつかはきっと気づく。思い出す。奇跡が起こる。そう信じてゲームを繰り返したこともあったが
な。どういう気持ちだったんだよ、お前が俺とゲームをしている時は。
自分の胸に聞けとはよく言ったものよ。まあ好きにせよ。かつてわらわはそなたを苛むもてあそんだ。今度はそなたがそれをわらわに復讐する番だ。新しきわらわは何もわからずおろおろとするのみ。煮るも焼くもそなた次第よ。積年の恨みも晴れるであろうが。
お前自身が相手ならな。
I mean,
さぞや気分も爽快
you
だろう
like
ぜ。
you like what you like, you know what I mean?
あのベアとはお前じゃない。
わらわでないというなら誰なのか。
お前によく似た。
Battler, it seems to me, does not want a good woman. He wants an evil woman with a he wants an evil woman with
お前自身であり、
with like guardrails, you know what I mean?
ならば新しきわらわも災難なものよ。わらわの身代わりに慰み者とされておるわ。なんと気の毒なことか。ならばいっそあれはわらわの娘
I don't like that. That's even weirder.
娘。
わらわの血を引きしうり二つの娘と解釈せよ。何しろわらわの分身であり、しかし1000年の経験を経ぬのだからそう呼んでもおかしくはあるまい。
確かに。
わらわは死して娘を残しそなたに託したと。
Oh, that's so problematic. What was that one anime where it starts off as a guy like in I'm sure there's a bunch of them, but he's in like a protective role with a young girl, and then she grows up and marries him. It was like it was a decent anime. I never watched it, but it was a decent anime. But then the manga continues and it's like their wedding and everybody's like, what the hell?
そなたに託した忘れがたみだ。わらわの面影を押し付けるも自由。恨みつらみをわらわの代わりにぶつけて慰み者としてもよい。わらわの罪を背負わせ好きに苛めばそなたの鬱憤も晴れようぞ。それが趣味でないというなら わらわのように人の道を踏み外さぬよう正しく導くのもまた一興だ。あやつはそなたに尽くすように生まれながらできておる。そなたが望めばどのような姿にだって変えられる。千年の奇跡を経たならば、わらはそのものにさえなれるかもしれない。
かつてお前にされたように、ひんむいて鎖で引っ張り
That's
回すことさえ
crazy. That is a wild sentence. I mean, it would save the police a trip if they just captured George and Battler same time. You know what I mean? Wild. So crazy. Yeah, that's nuts. Battler, it's like, you know how, like, in the Chris Hansen's, episodes and stuff like that, it's like they're reading the transcripts of the text messages, like, is this you? Is this you right here? And he's like, that's not what I meant. That was, it's like, this you, bud? Crazy work. Here's the thing, though. At least she's drawn as a legal adult, so, like, it's weird, but not technically a crime, but it is creepy. You know what I mean? Super creepy.
そうだな。今ならばそれ以上の非道なる所業さえ可能であろうぞ。
お前の分身であり、そして娘か。
Oh, is it a love letter? I made these for you. It's like the grammar's all, like, it's in crayon, the grammar's all bad. At what point, guys, does having a dumb idiot girlfriend become unethical? Probably somewhere around here, no? I don't know why I looked up there like it was going to give me the answer to my question.
ジェシカちゃんにカノン君も。シャノンはどこに？
ジョージ様、私はここにおります。
僕もここにいます。
Oh no, guys, they got isekai'd into the apartment from The Great Gatsby.
お詫びいたします。
一体何がどうなってるんだい？シャノンが取り出した蝶の羽のようなものが眩しく光り出したと思ったら。
私もだぜ。カノン君が黄金蝶のブローチとかいうのを取り出したら、それが輝き出して。
お嬢様、ジョージさん、まずはご無礼をお許しください。そしてどうか落ち着いてください。これから不思議なことが起こります。その不思議な存在は私たちを試すでしょう。
試す？それがひょっとしてさっき君が言っていた僕たちが結ばれるために乗り越えなくてはならない試練というやつなのかい？
試練？
お嬢様にはまだ説明していませんでした。お詫びします。しかしどうか先ほどのお嬢様の言葉が本当ならどうか力を貸してください。僕も精一杯頑張りますから、どうか。
私にはさっきから何一つ分かりゃしねえぜ。ジョージ兄さんは何か知ってるの？
一応はね。今の状況を君同様に驚いてはいる。しかしこれが避けられぬ試練で僕たちに不可欠だというならば、僕は何が訪れようとも受けて立つつもりだよ。
試練？
カノン君、ブローチを。
ジェシカちゃんもどうか心の準備をしてほしい。僕にはすでにその準備がある。
どういうことだよ。私にはさっぱりだぜ。一体何が起こってるんだ？
試練だよ。愛し合う二人のための試練。
Hey, I thought it was one brooch per customer.
人は愛のために生きるのです。
Oh no.
そう、愛こそは世界なり。
はあ、愛の力のなんと偉大なことか。愛こそは全てなり。
おや、おかしいぞフルフル。どうして我らはこのようなところに？
I feel like this character is very Shannon and canon based. Except I'm getting like Sakataro vibes off of this character. Could be wrong.
契約の魔女の名前をよく覚えているはずさ。呼んでみようじゃないか、フルフル。
There's gotta be twins in this. There's too much like twin imagery for there to not be twins in this.
僕たちだって2人だもの。ベアトリーチェがたまには2人だっておかしくはないさ。
こやつはわらわの分身にして妹だ。
They each had
二
one
人は同じにして
half of a
一人
brooch. Yeah, but one brooch per customer, you know what I mean? I feel like that's
はじめまして。
excessive.
お久しぶりです。ベアトリーチェ様。
Or is it like winner take all?
私は夢を見ているの？
同感だね。しかし呆然自失するにはまだ早いよ。
契約の悪魔たちよ、久しぶりであるな。ゼパル、それにフルフル。
ああ、お久しぶり。君は相変わらず元気そうだね。
それにしても可愛らしい妹君。潤んだそのみずみずしい瞳は水蜜糖の味がするんじゃないかしら。え？あ、どうでしょうか。
And then there's also Beatrice, it seems like, and Battler as well.
にしておけ、契約の悪魔たちよ。その悪ふざけも今宵限りで見納めとはな。寂しいものだ。見納めとは？
僕たちのよりしろのブローチはもう壊されてしまったからね。
つまりこれでもお役御免というわけ。はあ、今まで本当に楽しかったわ、ベアトリーチェ。
でも契約時の取り決めでね、最後の別れにもう一度だけ力を貸さねばならないと決まっていたのさ。
だからこれが正真正銘最後の奇跡。
愛の奇跡は一度で十分だって、永久の愛に二度目は不要なのだから。
そういうわけだ。愛し合う男女たちよ、ここに集いしは奇跡なくして恋を成就できぬ呪われし者たち。その奇跡を与える黄金蝶のブローチの力は泣こうがわめこうが今宵限り最後のチャンス。それは一組のつがいにしか与えられぬ。
僕は負けないよ。
うん、お互い頑張ろうね。
よくわからねえけどよ。おかしな悪魔の力なんて世話になる気はねえぜ。はっきり言わせてもらうが、余計なお世話だぜ。私とカノン君の仲は私とカノン君でどうにかする。怪しげな悪魔の世話になんかなる義理はさらさらねえぜ。
お嬢様、聞いてください。この試練を乗り越えなければ僕たちは結ばれないのです。
ジェシカ、受け入れよ。それが家具の身で人間と結ばれようと願う。
Now, Kyrian, am I correct that it's George, Shannon, Cannon, Jessica, Battler, and Beatrice here? Or is it just Shannon, Cannon, Battler, Shannon, Cannon, George, and Jessica?
カノン君もシャノンもジョージ兄さんもどうしてこんなうさんくさい話に耳を貸してんだ。人の恋路を邪魔するやつは馬に蹴られて死ねって決まってんだぜ。なんで悪魔たちに認められなきゃならねえんだよ。余計なお世話だぜ。
さては困ったわからず屋がいたものよ。このままゲームを始めてもよいが、それではフェアとは言えぬな。
説明してあげてもいいのではないでしょうか。私にもよくわかりません。ジェシカさんとカノンさんの恋に何か問題でもあるというのですか？
やれやれ、どうやら君も君たちも何も分かっていないようだね。
私たちに祝福されれば二人の恋をゆっくり育むことができるの。うさんくさい悪魔も何にも関係ないわ。
でももし僕らに祝福されなければ君たちの恋路は消えてなくなり、枯れてしおれて消えてしまう。
なんでそんなことが言えるんだよ。
運命だから。認めないのも自由、抗わないことだって自由。
抗わないとどうなるんですか？
恋路が終わると抽象的な言い方では納得すまい。はて、どう説明すればそなたの運命の袋小路を説明できるのか。
後宮ジェシカ、君が信じているよりはるかに君たちの未来は善と多難。
魔法の奇跡が得られなかったなら必ずや二人に災いが訪れるの。
そしてそれがかぶれただれ二人を破綻させる。わらわもその過程を詳細に語るほど無粋ではない。しかしジェシカが信じぬというなら破綻の最後だけ語ろう。カノンは使用人をやめこの島を去る。永遠にな。
君は島を出て思い人を探す旅に出るだろうね。しかしそれは決して報われない。
That kind of sounds like death.
嘆いて恨むの。
誰を？
あなたを。
僕をかい？いいえ、今のあなたを。
何を言ってやがる。
思い人を失ったあなたはその時気づくわ。思いを遂げる試練を逃げたあの時の自分が憎いって。
そうさ、僕たちは未来の君からのメッセンジャー。どうか今のこの瞬間を君の恋に真剣になって戦いに臨んでほしい。
もしあなたが未来の自分のメッセージに耳を貸さないならば。
王を飲み込む愚かな蛇はそのままどんどん飲み込み続け。
永遠の苦悩の輪廻は自らを飲み込み消えるのみよ。
わけがわからない。
I think I superimposed Battler into the scene in my mind, but it doesn't appear as though he's here. I think it's just these two couples. Because so far I've just been imagining, like, Battler quietly in the corner, like, just like... But it doesn't appear that he's in here. I think I just saw Beatrice and assumed it was all three of them. Like, all three couples. So I will be removing him. Just so this is accurate.
では、魔法の奇跡を得られたなら？
無論、カノンは島にとどまり、いつまでもジェシカのそばにいる。ジェシカが望んだ音楽活動とやらも一緒に始められるだろう。それ以上の関係にどう進むかは、愛し合う二人の問題だ。ジェシカが望むように、二人だけでゆっくりと関係を育めばよい。
ただ、その場合は、私とジョージさんもまた結ばれません。
僕たちは自らの幸せと未来をかけて戦わねばならぬ運命なんです。
ふざけるなよ。なんだよそれ。つまり自分たちが結ばれれば必ず相手は破綻するのか。そんな悪魔のゲーム冗談じゃねえぜ。
間違えるな。そなたらが奪い合うゲームではない。黄金蝶のブローチの力がなければ、そもそもどちらの恋も実らぬ運命なのだ。
Now, I could be completely off base here. However, it seems to me that it's possible that the reason that these two couples can't the reason that these two couples can't be together is because potentially Shannon and Cannon are the same people. So, like, if Shannon pursues her relationship with George, Cannon cannot be in a relationship with Jessica because Cannon would have to be Shannon all the time. Now, I don't know if that's the case, but I'm very much getting that vibe because it keeps saying, like, it's impossible for these two people to be in a relationship. But that doesn't make sense to me. So it seems like the reason they couldn't be in a relationship would be because specifically, like, that wouldn't make sense from a logistics standpoint, potentially. Maybe?
そなたらの罪ゆえにだ。カノンはそなたにはっきりと、家具は恋をする資格がないと拒んだはず。そなたはそれを承知で、カノンを恋の相手に選んだのだ。知らぬとは言わせぬ。
ジェシカちゃん、こう考えないかい？
考えるって何を？
僕はね、シャノンを愛している。どんな試練も障害も全て乗り越えて結ばれようという覚悟を持っているよ。君はどうだい？
そりゃ私だって多少のことでへこたれるほど嫌なつもりはねえぜ。
Hold on。
ならそういうことだよ。僕たちは今。
Are you in potentially Europe? We are a we are technically a cross multi-continental multinational maybe multiple countries across the globe, whatever that would constitute. Now let's see, is George in it to win it?
For me, 君がこの試練を辞退してくれるならこれほど嬉しいことはないんだ。君と戦わなくて済むからね。そして
George, are you willing to hit a woman in order to be with Shannon?
蔑むことになるんだ。
George, are you willing to beat up Jessica and Cannon in order to be with Shannon?
僕たちはたった一つの奇跡をめぐって正々堂々
I mean, I don't know that I'd want to take that harsh of a stance. First of all,
仮に僕が敗れたとしても
I fully believe that George is committing a crime by being in this relationship, so I'm rooting actively against him. The power of love does not supersede the law. In this instance, I guess. Historically, the law has been a little fuzzy in some instances regarding to marriage, but I don't think here.
お許しください、お嬢様。私はジョージさんと結ばれるために
Crazy.
一歩たりとも引かない覚悟です。たと
Hi,
え
Rents.
私の思いを貫くことがお嬢様の恋路を閉ざすことを知っていようとも。
カノン君。
僕はお嬢様と新しい人生を歩みたいです。
Are we gonna have a girl fight? Are we just gonna watch the fight? And the trial is just Jessica and Shannon kicking the shit out of each other? It's the only ethical way to decide who should win. Other than the one that isn't a problematic age gap. I think that's the one that should win, me personally. I think probably the 18-year-old and the 16-year-old are the ones that should win this, but what do I know, right? Oh no, my house tigers are fighting. Come on, tigers. Come on, my little guys.
そしてその魔法の奇跡はそなたであっても享受できるものであるぞ。私にもそれはどういう黄金蝶のブローチの奇跡はそなたの願い。バトラへの行為を認められたいという願いさえも叶えることは
I do get to include them in this. Nice.
そしてその奇跡
My instincts were correct.
結ばれることもまた
This also gets to be a love triangle between Battler.
君も蚊帳の外じゃないということさ。
What? No, I will eat it. Will you make me a bowl of it?
あなたの望みのはず。
僕たちは君の願いだって決してないがしろにしたりはしない。
そなたとバトラの関係とてやがてはただれ腐り落ちる。いくら楽観的なそなたであっても何かの奇跡がない限りやがてはそのような運命を迎えることをすでに理解しているはずだ。それは
Hey, come on, you two. Nice. $10K on Runts winning. Here's the funny part. Usually Runts takes the bottom position. He likes to fight jujitsu style, whereas Fatty likes to fight in a stand-up striker style. And right now their stances are opposite. So really it's anybody's game because Fatty has the reach, but Runts I think has a stronger position, just like fighting from the ground. They switch back to their natural positions. Use your reach, Mr. Kitty. It's your strong... Listen, you've got double the reach of your Chumbawamba brother. You can do this. You can succeed. Oh, Rents has decided he's just going to clean himself. He's effectively... Now that it's an even fight, he's like, actually, I'm just going to clean myself. And it's like, Rents, you started this. Your brother just wanted to take himself a nice little nappity nap. Oh my gosh. They're so cute. I'm going to get a picture for you guys. They're so cute. Runts. Of course, the moment I'm going to snap a picture for you guys, he descends from his... He's been up here for like 15 minutes. The moment my camera comes out, he's like, I have other business. No paparazzi. It's ridiculous. Yeah, there you go, sweetie. Fatty's like, and back to my nap. So cozy. These outfits eat. I'm not a big fan of the color dynamic of the redhead. I think it's some sort of a callback to Sakataro. It's giving Team Rocket a little bit. What's that, love? In the bowl? No, baby. Biziki, if possible.
私たちは負けません。そして負けても心の底から祝福します。
僕も同じです。僕は負けません。引けねえ喧嘩だってんなら買おうじゃねえかよ。私もカノン君も不先輩ってのだけはごめんだぜ。
それはそなたもだな。
はい。お父 父様に、いえ、バトラさんに私を認めてもらえる可能性がわずかでもいただけるなら、
Pop these in the stream chat
私
for
も
y'all.
それに自らをかけたいと思います。
よくぞ言った。それでこそ我が妹。ゼパル、フルフル、役者は揃ったぞ。
それでは始めようか、フルフル。
ええ、始めましょう、ゼパル。
たった一つの魔法の奇跡をめぐっての愛し合う者たちの試練を。
前回は私の部屋はいとこ部屋の隣だったのに。なるほど。今回は私の部屋を遠ざけてきましたか。
You've been banished, Erica. Nobody wants you around.
ゲームマスター権限で許された範囲の初期配置の変更です。妥当な初手かと。
Yeah, he don't like you.
その方が私もいいです。あのクソガキどものトランプで遊ぶ黄色い声なんて聞きたくもありませんから。これいかがしましたか。やられました。バトラめ、周到ですね。
What's written on the
これ
packing
で
tape?
はダメです。ええ、粘着力ほとんどないです。これじゃあ赤き真実には至れない。きれいに剥がすことが可能です。これでは封印を示す証拠にはなり得ません。バトラもそこまで見下げ果てたほど無能じゃないってことですね。おそらくゲームマスター権限でこの島のすべてのガムテープに干渉したんでしょう。
Hi, Rents.
おそらくガムテープに代わる品もすべて干渉を受けているに違いないです。ですね。ま、良かったことにしておきます。おかげでこの冷たい雨の中、みっともない姿で外壁を這い回らなくて済みますから。事件が起こるのをパイプ吹かして悠然と待つのも探偵のたしなみですし、あんたもどうせ第一の番が発覚するまで出番ないんですから、どこかに姿消して一服でもしてたらどうですか。私の顔なんか見てても疲れるだけでしょうし。タバコは吸わないです。子供ですので。そうですか。私は吸いたいです。出演者たちが歌うほどの気分を爽快にさせる効果があるならの話。
Well, I guess I don't know. I'm allergic to
ご機
tobacco.
嫌が優れられないようです。そう見えます？エリカ卿、お尋ねしてもよろしいですか？内容によります。多分ノーですが。一応暇つぶしに聞いてあげます。何です？なぜ エリカ卿は魔法を嫌われるのです。
ああ、さっきの下のマリアとのやりとりの件ですか？
あんなの子供騙しのくだらない手品です。誰だって分かっています。ああまでして幻想を打ち砕く必要があったのですか？私には分からない
Did you really need to break the spirit of a child? Of course.
自
Tradition.
称知的蹂躙者としましては、魔法なんてもので
Hate that.
真実をうやむやにすることが許せないわけです。
それを暴くことに優越を感じられているということですか？私には他の感情が感じられます。
他の感情？何です？
優越というよりは、もっと何か別の負の感情を感じます。
やっぱりあんたはただの殺人人形です。その目も節穴みたいですね。
失礼しました。許してほしいです。今、何とおっしゃいましたか？
あなたのことが好きです。
ありがとうございます。
以前は別の子と付き合っていましたが、今は完全に切れ
This
ていま
seems
す。周りの
weird
人た
and
ちは僕たち
unnecessary.
を妬んでありもしないことを言いますが、気にしないでください。俺は君に生涯のすべてを捧げるから、君も俺にすべてを捧げてほしい。二人で一
What
緒
is
に
this for?
幸せになろう。新しい財布。
ん？
変な猫のキーホルダー、趣味の合わないアロマオイル、演劇の先輩に借りたという趣味違いの音楽テープ。先輩の付き合いで断れなくて、急にバイトが入っちゃって、ダチの電話が長くてなかなか切れなくって。
But do they have to be lollies, though? Ugh. Yeah, the concept of the betrayal of a lover is just fine, but do I need this to be explained to me in the lens of a lolly? As if this is the only way this information can be presented to us. That is probably my chief gripe.
愛がなければ見えない？逆なんですよ。愛なんかあるから、ありもしないものが見えてしまう。
I've heard it said before that when you're wearing rose-colored glasses, all of the flags just look like flags. I believe that's from BoJack Horseman.
Watashi wa ima, shiawase desu. Kari to wa ie, shinjitsu no majo ni narete. Ima no watashi wa, mou, akaku nai kotoba ni kurushimerare-nakute sumu no dakara.
But in another life.
私のエンドゲーム、どう返しますか？
私ですか？
あの凡庸な男じゃ、ゲームの相手は務まりませんでしたから。あんたなら、どう返してくれるかと思いまして。
初手、私が浮気している証拠の提出を要求します。
青き真実で反論。構築に状況証拠、物的証拠を84点提出。
青き真実で反論。今も愛し続けている状況証拠、物的証拠を6点提出です。
グッド。青と青では相殺ですが、構築する駒の数が圧倒的ですね。一点先取。次なる手は
攻守逆転を狙います。逆にエリカ卿が浮気をしていない証拠
I don't
の
know.
提
If they
出
can
を
be
求
stolen,
め
they
ます。
should be discarded. That seems pretty easy to me.
パーペチュアルチェック。お互いが同じ質問を無限連鎖する千日手となりますから、禁じ手です。
では証拠なくも現在もエリカ卿を愛していることを率直に表明します。
赤き真実でないから無効です。仮に赤かったとしてもそれステイルメイトです。私に反論する手がなくなりますから。
Ooh. Tasty. Delicious. Ooh, it's hot. Excellent as usual, my love. Although this chicken's kind of spicy. Have you done this intentionally to poison your cow?
真実を守る魔女狩り大司教？
いえ、デザインです。
ね、ほら。
見事なゲームです。
It appears that Erica is not a he know where home at girl.
当然ですから。
あなたはベルンカステル教の駒になる以前から実に見事な青き真実の使い手です。しかしエリカ教、人間に許されるのは青き真実だけです。そして青き真実に反論できるのは
Although George confirmed as a where my hug at boy.
そして赤き真実は人間には許されていません。ならばどうやってあなたのお相手は彼の真実を示せばよかったのですか？
赤き真実に時に勝るとかいう例の黄金の真実とやらでも持ち出したらどうですか？
ゲームは確かにエリカ教の勝ちです。しかし真実の守護者として申し上げます。
なんです？どうせ不愉快なことでしょうから、それを言ったらとっとと消えてください。
Is the golden truth a pretty lie?
このゲームはエリカ教の勝ちです。しかし私が示したあなたを今も愛している青き真実の証拠6点は未だ否定されていません。あなたさえ人間、それを否定する赤き真実を使えはしないのです。
探偵権限で84点の証拠を赤き真実に後に昇格させました。我が主のお力によって。私は人間にして人間を超えた存在、探偵にして魔女、真実の魔女フルドエリカです。他に質問は？捨て台詞は？
ありません。それでは失礼いたします。
さーて、一寝入りさせてもらえますか。いよいよ2日目、10月5日の幕開けです。今頃どこかで今回の殺人が起こっているんでしょうかね。今回の犠牲者さん、せいぜいいろいろなダイイングメッセージをよろしくお願いしますね。
Crazy. Erica's the type of girl to have a failing relationship but be a true crime girly. Can solve a cold case, but
どうして母さんに相談しなかったの？
oh,
あなたの人生を最後まで支えるパートナーの話なのよ。
hell yeah.
そうだよ。生涯一緒にいたい女性なん
だ。This is new.
だからこそ真剣に決めなければいけないんでしょ？どうしてそんな軽率に？まさかもう関係を？子供ができたとか言われて結婚を迫られたんでしょ？
失礼だな。僕は婚前の貞操は厳しくあるべき主義なんだ。
Okay, thankfully another crime hasn't occurred.
僕は求めた。彼女は受けた。それで成立じゃないか。
違うわ。結婚はね、あんたが思ってるような漫画か何かみたいに簡単なものじゃないの。先方のご両親は
Ava, please, I beg of you, be upset at the age gap.
あんた野良猫じゃないのよ。後ろにやジョージなのよ。ひょっとしたらおじい様の後継者に指名されるかもしれないこの時期に、どうしてそんな軽率な？どうして母さんに相談してくれなかったの？
A single mention of the problematic age gap, I beg of you.
いや、相談じゃないか。これはただの報告だね。おじい様の後継者に指名されるのは
That's actually pretty base. I'm letting you know I'm not asking your permission. Pretty cool. Except in this specific instance.
自分の国と城を父さんがそうしたように何もない原野に築き上げたい。
あのね、父さんが今日までどれくらいの苦労をしたのか分かってるの？あんたが真似てできるようなことじゃないの。今日までどれほどの運や偶然に助けられたことか。
Yes, thank you.
そして
What about her parents? She's an orphan.
良き理解者の伴侶がいたからだよ。サヨは僕を支え、より強く生まれ変わらせてくれる人だ。母さんがたくましくなったと褒めてくれた今の僕は。
In this specific instance, would it be unethical for Ava to heavily imply that they're related? You know what I mean? Like, now follow me here. Ava does not want them to be married. Shannon is an orphan they employ. What if to dissuade Henry, or George rather, from having a romantic relationship with Shannon. She heavily implies that Shannon is like one of Kinzo's bastard children and is like, listen, I know you like her, but there's a strong possibility your children will have webbed feet. Like, it's not open knowledge because we don't want this girl to, like, feel some type of way about it, but, like, there is a strong likelihood that she is, like, related to you in some sense of the word. Like, just lie to him. Now, this is probably a deep cut, but at one point in my life, my mom, who is an insane person, I will precursor it with that, even though I'm sure you guys already know, she insisted that this woman was her cousin, no blood relation. And so I thought this dude that was around about the same age as me was my blood relative. And I'm like, he's pretty cute, but we're related. And so I never thought about it. And then this guy hits me up when I'm in college, and he's like, hey, you're pretty hot now. And I'm like, dude, what the hell is wrong with you? We're cousins. And he's like, what the hell are you talking about? We're not related. And I'm like, yeah, dude, we're related. Like, your mom is my mom's cousin. And he's like, no, they're literally just friends. They met in college. And I'm like, I don't know, dude. I don't think I'm going to take that chance. And also, I've already, like, categorized you in my brain as, like, a relative. So, like, hard pass. But I'm telling you guys right now, very, very effective. Sometimes it's okay to lie to your kids. That's all I'm saying. Right? But how effective was that? She didn't have to worry about a single teen pregnancy. Because I was just like, ew, gross, that's my cousin. I'm just saying. Broken clocks right twice a day, you know what I mean?
もしあなたに父さんのように一国一城を築きたい夢があるなら、その手伝いができるのはあゆみさんの方でしょ。彼女の気持ちを裏切るの？
裏切るも何も。僕はあゆみさんと特に交流があったわけじゃ。
Oh, so Eva did try and get him an arranged marriage. No, it's I'm telling you, it's like it's ethically unethical. You know what I mean?
僕たちは互いに目さえ合わせちゃいない。
あゆみさんは育ちのいい奥ゆかしい女性でしょ。
This makes me upset because Eva did give him an age-appropriate woman to be attracted to, and he still wants to get with a teenager.
気持ちが感じられないというなら、彼女にそう注意するわ。きっとこれからはあなたの目を見て話してくれるはずよ。
あゆみさんと結婚させたいのは、それが母さんに。
You know shit. That's what an arranged marriage is, George. Is the concept foreign to you?
わずかほども含まれていない。
Dumb. Hit him.
ジョージ、どうしてそんなことを言うの？母さんがあなたのことを考えないことなんてあった？
Come on, Restream. Don't do this to me. What?
ないでしょ？親という漢字はどういう字？木の上に立って見ると書いて親なのよ。母さんたちはね、あなたよりはるかに高みから人生の遠くまでを展望してるの。そしてあなたが若さゆえの一時の感情で間違った道へ進もうとしているのが見えているの。だからこうして憎まれることを承知で言ってるのよ。
Now she's just trying to let him know what's up. Like, this is bigger than you, and also, I don't know how you're 23 not understanding the weight of a legacy, but... Ava, please, I beg of you, mention the fact that she's 16. Just once, that's all I'm asking.
母さんたちで話をつけてあげる。大丈夫よ。
Just one mention.
ちゃんにも悪いようにはしない。
One mention of the age gap, please.
ジョージに成長のきっかけをくれた人だものね。ちゃんとそれに配慮してあげるから。だからあとはもう母さんたちに任せなさい、ジョージ。
もういいよね、そろそろ。今日まで立派に育ててもらって本当に感謝してる。
I don't know about that.
こう思って親になった。
I feel like him having an overbearing mother is part of the reason why he's terrified of women.
本当に戦える。世界で一番尊敬できる親にね。
You know, that might be a contributing factor.
George.
Ava, please. Just one step towards the reality of the situation. Please, I beg of you.
もうそろそろいいと思うんだよ。
何が
子離れしてもいいんじゃないかな、母さん。ここからはもう親子の関係はなしで話そうじゃないか。僕はジョージ、君はエヴァ。親だからどうこうというのは抜きにして、互いの立場から
I will be marrying this teenager mother.
君が僕を望み通りの相手と結婚させたい理由。
No shit, George. What are you talking about? You want to be a cashier in town? Be a cashier in town. You can make these kinds of decisions then, I guess. But you are part...
それ以外に何もない。
Unbelievable. No, but like growing a spine about wanting to marry a teenager is crazy work.
僕はこれから僕の立場だけで語るから。
If I'm Eva, I'd be like, George, I'm not gonna mince words with you. If we're both being adults right now, no, I'm not gonna let you groom a teenager. You're gonna marry someone age appropriate. If you want to be involved in the decision-making process of that, fine. But what are we doing here? Eva, please.
僕は母さんを見ていないからさ。僕の目に映っているのは僕の選び取ろうとする未来
Oh
の
my
前に
god. Yeah, you know what else is gonna be a trial? The police. A literal trial.
夢や野心があって、それを今も追い続けてるのを知ってる。そしてそれを素晴らしいと思う。
Anime is just animated soap operas, and I'll die on that hill. This is so juicy. Like somebody's gonna have a dead twin brother that comes back to life, I
その
swear.
最後に学び、獲得して完成されるのが本当の後宮ジョージという男なんだ。僕は今、あなたという最後の
If
壁を
you changed the dialogue to Spanish, this would be indistinguishable from a telenovela.
何？
Oh no, not the personality switch. You will date the woman I've designed for you. Yep. I knew she'd be making an appearance.
私も行っちゃうわ。だからあなたも行っちゃえば。
Brujería. Sí. Es una demonia.
エヴァ、これが僕の君の束縛から踏み出る最初の第一歩だ。
Yeah, fight your mom in the rain.
第一歩。小さい頃お話をたくさん読んであげたわね。あなたが大好きだった西遊記覚えてる？
懐かしいね。多分僕が一番最初に愛したファンタジーだ。
Nice. Sun Wukong mentioned.
僕が母さんから決別すると宣言した第一歩がそれだと言いたいわけだね。
That's a little spicy, you guys. Oh, he's always trying to poison me with spice.
苦悩も根気もすべて私がすでに通ってきた道あなたのその第一歩など私という人生に飲み込まれる程度。
I have her as a sticker? I don't think so.
見ちゃえば足元。
そうさ、これが僕さ。生まれた時から数々の習い事で縛り付けられ、あんたの野望のためだけに育てられてきた僕の姿さ。
Yeah, that's what being an heir is.
いいえ、それは違うわ。なら分かるようにしてあげる。見せてあげる。そして悟っちゃえば。
Ooh, I bet that's a new one. I bet that's a new one for the pictures. We have a PNG of Ava. Eva Triss.
覚えてるさ、ピアノ教室だよ。今でも猫踏んじゃったを聞くと背中の毛が逆立つね。
幼稚園の頃はバイオリン教室だったわ。できる子はやってそうでしょ。
No, that's it. Hang it.
あんた才能なさそうだったからね。途中でピアノに変えたけど。じゃあ水曜日は覚えてる？
Man, she had this bro in every activity and he's still dating a teenager. That's crazy. Now, this might be controversial to say, but I think that George's fantasy job is working at like a jump time or something like that. Might be controversial, but he longs for the simplicity of regular work schedule, but only around minors. I'm calling him a creep. Oof. Man, she's really cutting it down. This is giving devouring mother. Like, when he doesn't do what she wants him to, she just cuts him down. It's like, this is her golden child, but the moment he steps out of line, she's like, I'm gonna just emotionally eviscerate him until he's, like, catatonic, and I can, I can make him do my bidding. Why do I not have...
もちろんさ。ユニークな塾だって。親と一緒の塾なんていろいろな意味で窮屈だって。
子に釣り竿を買うな、一緒に釣りに行け。
母さんはイギリスの教育論が好きだね。
親にとっても辛い塾だったわね。でもあれが一番あんたには効果的だったわ。高いお月謝、毎週金曜の夜を費やさなければならない面倒。でも一番効果があった。その時悟ったの。子供はね、親が見ていないと伸びないの。子が目なら親は太陽だわ。太陽なくして芽吹く草と咲かせる花も存在しないの。
Tiny. There we go. Yeah. And of course, she was always gonna beat you.
家庭教師が来てくれてたね。
向こうから来てくれるから楽だったでしょ。
聖域である自室に毎週他人を迎え入れるのは苦痛だったよ。先生が帰った後に残る汗の匂いが今でも思い出せるくらい嫌だったね。
いえ。
あなたに学習姿勢を叩き込んでくれる素晴らしい先生だったわよ。
I don't know. I don't like the connotations of that.
費用並みのお月謝を払った甲斐が本当にあったわ。
Why is this guy sweating in his room?
そして迎える日曜日と
Not care for
塾の予
that.
定がない月曜日だけが僕の安息日だった。これは皮肉だね。火曜日から土曜日までの塾が僕を押さえつけてきたのか。まさに僕は孫悟空だったわけだ。
そうね。私の手のひらから逃れたいなんて思い上がりはお釈迦様にご行山で潰してもらうといいわ。思い上がったあなたは孫悟空と同じに少し反省とお仕置きが必要だわ。あなたが改心したら私が解放してあげる。
それは解放じゃないね。洗脳だ。
何も考えなくていいの。ママに全て任せちゃえば私があなたの全てを決めてあげる。それがあなたにとって一番素晴らしい人生なのよ。世界で一番知的であなたのために全てを捧げてくれる女性を用意してあげる。全ての成功もそれに至る道も全てママが用意してあげるわ。そしてやがては後ろ宮家で最高の名誉である当主の後継者にあなたは指名されるの。それから初めてあなたは自分の人生を始めなさい。第一歩。笑わせないでよ。あんたはね、まだ生まれてさいないのよ。これはあんたを捕らえる私の巣じゃないわ。あんたを慈しんで育む私の子宮の中なのよ。
Ugh. Yeah, it's tough to watch, you guys.
ご行山に封じられてしばらく頭を冷やしなさい。シャノンちゃんが悪い子だからやめなさいと言ってるわけじゃないのよ。彼女はジョージに青春と成長のきっかけを与えてくれたとても良い子だわ。でも後先を考えない婚約は別の問題よ。相手が彼女だからいけないと言ってるわけじゃないの。それを分かりなさい。
友を責めるな。行為を責めよう。だね。これもイギリスの格言だ。
本当にあなたは賢い子に育ったわ。いいえ、育っているわ。私のお腹の中でね。もう少しじっくりと育ちなさい。さあ、お仕置きは終わりよ。謝りなさい、母さんに。
ありがとう、母さん。これまでのすべてが僕を思ってのことだったんだね。ありがとう。
Yep, pretty much.
そうよ。今は憎いでしょ。でもいつかきっと感謝するわ。私がどれほどあなたを愛していたかをきっと理解する。
火曜日から土曜日までの連日の塾での縛り付けも、僕を立派な男に育てようという母さんの努力だったんだね。
これもイギリスの格言よ。子供を幸福で包むことが最高の教育。
Well, of course, yeah.
だから僕からも母さんに。
I won't say that that's usually how that goes because that would in some ways be condoning that behavior. But yeah, if you're I mean, I feel like that's why emotionally stunted guys usually go for older women because it's a dynamic they find. It's a dynamic that they're that they're used to because their mother is super overbearing. Probably why I'm into older women. Not like exclusively, but there's definitely an element of that. That's like definitely game recognized game in that situation.
僕がサヨから学んだことは数えきれない。僕は彼女の前で初めて勇気と男気と向上心とウィットとユーモアとそれからちょっぴりのおしゃれを学んだんだ。皮肉だね。今日母さんが僕を立派になったと認める要素のほぼ全てが母さんの教育の賜物じゃないんだ。
ジョージ、あんたはまだそんなことを戻してあげるわ。母さんの子宮に。そしてもう一度暖かな海で育て直してあげる。
Crazy.
母さんのこれまでの恩を一つずつ痛みで相殺させてもらっておかげで僕も親離れがきっちりとできそうだ。必要だね、たまには親子喧嘩も。
ジョージ、私にどうしてそこまで逆らってあんな小娘と。
Oh, finally, the first mention of it being a younger woman. Finally.
じゃあそろそろいいかな。
Yeah, maybe you should have led with that. You would have had a stronger, you would have had a stronger case,
そろそろ
Eva.
いいかな。反撃しても。
Man, you really bungled this whole situation. Because I would have just been like, no child of mine is marrying a teenager. Absolutely not. Find an age-appropriate woman or I'm calling the police.
母さんの習い事で一つだけ感謝しているものがあるよ。
それは何曜日のかしら？
長期休暇のたびに集中的に習わされた武道教室の数々だよ。
No, actually, I think this should be purple. And the internal color should be probably black. But there we go. Hell yeah. Muay Thai mentioned, fuck yeah. Oh, he absolutely would have been able to piece his mom up if he learned Muay Thai. There's no scenario where Eva is winning if he's learned Muay Thai. I bet she only taught him Taekwondo though, because she wanted to have like an edge over him. And if he's trying to use Taekwondo, she's kicking his ass. Unless he gets her clean, you know what I mean? Unless he gets a leg kick just clean to her jaw. Because if she's doing Muay Thai and he's doing Taekwondo, he's just using his lower body, but she's using knees, elbows. I mean, she could get him. Ugh. Ooh, imagine getting just a liver shot from a Taekwondo kid would suck. Oof. Her legs are gonna be stronger, but he's gonna have more power than her, guaranteed. Guaranteed. Oh my god, imagine fighting your mother outside in the rain to date your teenage girlfriend. Ugh. Couldn't be me. Did he actually kick his mother to death? Is this a metaphoric death or a literal death? The demon version of his mother? I suspect. I am starting to strongly believe that this is either his mother's third personality. Or maybe it's Shannon's secret evil personality. Listen, if this is Shannon's evil personality, that makes sense. It's still gross because of the age gap, but it makes sense.
私はイケてる男が好きだけど、王者はもっと好きだわ。なんなるとお命じを、魔王陛下。
後ろ宮家の当主に憧れ、その夢と猛襲に生きた彼女の亡きふさわしい場所に安置してほしい。
じゃあ金蔵の書斎へ。
いや、貴賓室がいいな。屋敷の2階のあの開かずの貴賓室。
あの部屋ね。了解したわ、ジョージ陛下。
The honeymoon suite, please, demon. Crazy work. Oh my god, is he a witch now? Oh my god, like Sung Wukong, he has a staff now. Oh shit. No, not Demon King George.
これで僕はノルマクリアだ。次の人に番を譲るよ。
自分の母さんを手にかけるなんて。
Crazy.
自分を世界で一番最初に愛してくれる人であり、そして一番最後に決別すべき人だ。それが家を出るということ
Yeah, cut the cord already. He's
これが
23.
僕が
But
最後にメトのた
also,
めに見せられる
if this is what he does on his own recognizance,
George-san.
maybe he needed to be sent to maybe remedial education. You know what I mean?
後ろ宮ジョージ、まずは見事であるぞ。
Boo.
たとえ
Jessica, beat up your dad.
駒のこととはいえ、自分の母親を殺すのは
Oh my god, is that her job?
しかしそれが
George got the easy one. He just had to beat up his mom. Jessica's gonna have to fight her father. She's going to lose, guaranteed. Realistically, it should be Canon beating up her dad. But ain't no way. They're gonna have to 2v1 Kraus.
そうだね、フルフル。ジョージ君の決意は本物だ。どうやら僕は君を見誤っていたようだね。謝るよ。許してほしい。
Oh, my nose itches. Okay, chapter 9. Come.
Hehehe おじけづいたか。
いえ、バトラさんの望むベアトリーチェはこんなことでは臆したりしません。
さあ、次は誰が試練に挑戦を？
Yep, who's the next one?
誰でもいい。次なる犠牲者を選び出してほしい。
誰でもいい。次なる挑戦者は名乗り出てほしい。
誰も名乗り出ないなら
僕の勝ちということだね。
ええ、そうなるわ。ならばおめでとう、後宮ジョージ。
あなたとあなたの愛する人の恋の成就へ至る扉の鍵を。僕たちは今こそ授けん。
待てよ。
ジェシカさん、
次は私だぜ。いいぜ。
Okay, who's next?
私だってカノン君のこと半端に考えてるわけじゃねえってこと見せてやら。
I feel like Jessica's orange. I feel like she'd be more orange, probably. Who does she have to fight?
誰？あら、ジェシカちゃんじゃない。ゲストハウスに行ったんじゃなかったの？
ちょっと本を取りに自分の部屋へ戻ってたんです。
そう、ゲストハウスに戻るところ？
はい、そうです。
Alright, who's Jessica fighting?
嫌な雨ね。風はだいぶ強いのかしら。
今は比較的弱いみたいです。
Right?
キリエおばさん、ごめんよ。
What?
運がなかったと思う。
She doesn't even have to fight her parents? What the hell? It's just the first person she runs into? What the?
どうするんだいジェシカ。ルーレットは
He
キリ
has
エを選んだ
nothing
け
to do
ど
with this.
それを拒否して再びルーレットを回すのも君の勝手さ。試練に捧げるのは誰の命でも問わないのだから。
I mean, realistically though, could she win a fight against her dad? George chose his mom. That's crazy. I feel like Kairi just shoves her bitch ass into the floorboards. Like, you can't fight a Yakuza woman. You have asthma. She'll kick your ass. I'm sorry about this, she says, pulling out a gun. Because she'd have to. Oof. This makes no sense. Actually, Kairi wouldn't be too bad to ask because she left her arranged marriage to get with Rudolph. So, it wouldn't be too bad of a person to ask. Ain't about that life. This bitch is so... This bitch made of paper and glass. You think she could fight Kairi? Kairi 1v1s her easy every day. I'm not putting a penny, not 1 yen, on Jessica in this fight. Not even if Kairi was sloppy style drunk is Jessica pulling one over on her. You joking? be so unbelievably unmatched. They'd be like, stop, Kyrie, you're killing her.
結ばれるには試練があって。
試練？何それ？
私たちともう一組の恋人たちがいて、争わなくちゃならないんです。
Is it winner take all? Like, do they have to fight? Do they have to fight somebody and then fight each other? Winner take all?
恋人同士しか結ばれない。そういう複雑なことになってるんです。つまりその。
嫌な話ね。
Does Jessica get a handicap because she can't breathe?
どちらも成就できない恋なのね。
はい。自分たちが結ばれれば相手が破綻します。そして逆もしかりです。
質問の趣旨が大体分かったわ。こういうことでしょ？人は幸せになるためにどこまで他者を踏み台にすることが許されるのかでしょ？戦わなければ自動的に相手が勝ってジェシカちゃんたちは負けになる。しかし戦って勝てば相手を破綻させることになる。どちらも嫌な話ね。でも聞くまでもなく答えは決まっているわ。
はい。
Defeat them. Feel their blood upon your sword.
やっぱり私は甘えているでしょうか。
そうね。甘えてる
わ。
Wow. 自分たちが結ばれるために誰かを踏み台にするなんて。
Kyrie with glasses, really? Short hair glasses?
辛いです。
That's the move, huh?
じゃあジェシカちゃんは恋のお相手を諦める？
Did I ever tell you guys that I tried to fail a vision test to get glasses? One of my teachers sent me in for the eye and ear exams and I passed. And she was like, huh, that's crazy. So you can hear me and you can read directions and yet, and I'm like, this bitch. How dare she? How dare she do this? But she was right. I just didn't want to write anything in print. I only wanted to write in cursive and it really pissed me off that we had to transition from cursive to print because she couldn't read. Like, half the class couldn't write properly in cursive, so it just looked like a garbled mess. But I was like, why can't I write in cursive? You can read my cursive. Why am I being punished? And it was, such a hassle. I was so mad.
地獄を這うことになる。生涯ね。
私は6歳だったから当時は何もわからなかったけれど、遺品の中にお母さんの手記があったわ。
Oh, cool.
それは日記のようなものか？
どちらかというと随想録ね。日記よりももっとアバウトなものよ。亡くなってすぐにそれを見つけて読んだけど、その意味を理解できるようになるには長い時間と私の成長を待たなければならなかったわ。
なるほど。キリエの夫婦仲についての悩みが記されていたというのか。
あれは完全にお母さんの呪い帳よね。その中身は6歳の私がずっと漠然と感じていた疑問を次々に
Whose life did she want to be terrible? Tell us now. Be like, I hope it itches if he's not around
お
me.
兄ちゃんが誰もいない時に話してくれたような気がするけど、小学校前の私にそれが理解できるはずがない。だって写真すらない相手よ。お母さんはアスムさんの写った写真のすべてをお兄ちゃんに送って家の中には一切残さなかったそうだから。
Mm-hmm. Yeah, give us some. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
お父さんも同時に媚びへつらう女の子たちをきっと見
Well,
下
yeah,
しても
because
い
it's
たの
like
ね。
shooting fish in a
そんな
barrel.
中
It's
に
not really as
自
sporting.
分の価値観をしっかりと持ち、知
It's
性を
not
見せ
very
るお母
sporting
さ
to
ん
hook
は
up with
目立って見
groupies.
えた。
There's no real challenge in
そ
it.
れすらもルドルフの目を引きたいキリエの知恵かもしれぬがな。
かもね。お母さんはいろいろな意味で頭が良かったから。
そうしてルドルフにパートナーとして次第に認められていくわけであるか。
男子厨房に入るべからずっていうように、女もまた
Men are actually very accomplished chefs and they dominate the field.
女はおごられ
Just
て当
about
たり前。
anything that a man puts his mind to, they're generally
どうや
going
っ
to
て
be
捻
found
出
at
して
the
いる
top
か
of the
は
pile.
野暮だ
And
から
that's
聞かない。
because
知ら
they
ない。
generally
興味
have
も
more
ない。
ambition than women.
キリエは金に対する価値観が男性的であったということだ。
Like, notice how when men got into makeup, they just crushed it. They're really competitive, like, just naturally. You know what I mean? In a general sense, men, 9 times out of 10, so much more competitive than
で
women.
も、お母さんだって女。他の女たちにチヤホヤされてるお父さんを見て、心が安らいでたかどうかは
Oh,
疑
I
わし
see.
い。
Kyrie was not, in fact, cool like that.
ワンの方が良いというもの。
そういうこと。お母さんはお父さんの右腕として活躍しながらも、その陰では狡猾に他の女性を切り離していったわ。お母さんの恋の成就はもはや時間の問題だった。
アスムは
Crazy.
いつからいたのか。
Here's the thing, though. Women would rather share a high-value man, like, crankily, than be with a guy that
ただの
nobody
ファンの
wants.
一人だった。
You know what I mean? That's just basic hypergamy.
話したことはあるんですか？
もちろん。私は彼女のことをよく知ってるわ。
Probably something in our caveman brains to keep our species from
知
dying.
らなかった一番最初からね。あの子もきっと頭のいい子だったの。狡猾だったわ。私は頭の良さで目立とうとしたけど、彼
Oh
女
my
は
god.
全くその逆
You
で目
went
立とう
dumb
と
idiot
した。
girlfriend?
頭の悪さで？
Hey, don't sleep on the dumb idiot
非語欲
girlfriend.
のかきたて方がうまいっていうのよ。こびてイチャついてくる女たちの中で、彼女の仕草の一つ一つが派手な女たちに触傷を起こして
Yeah,
い
she made him
た
feel
ルドルフ
needed.
さんには目立って見えた。
It's a delicate balance. If Rudolph had figured out a way to marry both of these women, profit.
私は冷酷で知的、合理的で経済的、カルネアレスの船板のような状況があったら躊躇なく相手を蹴落とすわ。そんなパートナーがあの人にはふさわしいと思っていたわ。
Here's the thing, she is a partner that is compatible with him, but isn't the only partner that's compatible with him. Therein lies the rub.
確かに私はビジネスのパートナーの座を手に入れた。しかしいつしかルドルフさんには心を癒してくれるメンタルのパートナーが必要になっていた。私は愚かしくも 知的を自称しながらそれに気づけずにいたわ。
それでルドルフおじさんはアスムおばさんと結婚を？
ええ、そうよ。取られた。たくさんの女をはべらしていたもの。今さらどこの女と遊んだって情を移すような人じゃない。それにあの人にとって女なんて遊びでしかなかったもの。だからこそ私は体以外を武器に自分の存在を示していた。
Yeah, I mean, if you're only using your body to attract a man, the likelihood that he'll make you his wife is generally pretty low.
間もなく二人
In
は
a
対面す
certain
るわ。
like
アスムさんはそれをすぐに
fear
お
of
父さんに
man.
打ち明けた
You
け
know
ど、
what I mean?
お母さんは逆だった。
身重になることが
Depends how many
ビジネ
options
ス
he
パ
has.
ートナーの座を揺るがすことになりかねないと恐れたのだな。
当時のお母さんは食が細くて体調不良とか当たり前だったみたい。だから解任に気づくのも随分遅れた。
Oh no.
気づいたのは
アスムさんとお父さんが電撃入籍をしてからよ。お母さんはその後に妊娠を知ってアスムさんやお父さんを揺さぶろうと随分暗躍したみたいだけど。
Crazy to me that I mean, not unheard of, but crazy to me that Rudolph got two
ルドルフさんを加え
fine women pregnant at the same damn
だから
time.
何ですか。どうぞお引き取りくださいですってよ。バス一つ乗るにも怖い怖いと縮こまってたあの小娘がね。あの時悟ったわ。本当に狡猾だったのは彼女だったってね。
Mhm.
そうよ。
She cries out in pain as she strikes you.
ルドルフさんの気を引くための嘘だったわ。
Damn. Kyrie's like, game recognized
こん
game.
な話を聞いてもつまらないわよね。
No, this is, I love this. Do continue, Kyrie.
せめて私の産む子だけでも認知させたかったわ。
Mhm.
ルドルフさんもそのつもりはあったみたい。病院もきっちり手配してくれたし、アスムさんの出産が近づいても海外しく私のところにも来てくれてたっけ。
Then it becomes who has a
もは
boy.
や向こうが本当の奥さんなのにね。ひどい人だわ。ほんと。
Yeah, because she knows that if she's in that position, he'll treat her the same. You lose him how you get him.
しかし
A tragedy.
キリエの子は死産。
Probably because of the stress. Now, it's very important.
アスムさんには
Um,
お兄ちゃんが
one
生
of
ま
the
れた。
things that I like to tell all my pregnant friends, because I've acquired so many, is that you don't stress out the cow. So one of the things in farming and stuff like that is that when an animal is rearing young, okay, you don't want them to be stressed. And this comes from the theory that when you're milking dairy cows and stuff like that, if they're stressed, they won't relax and let their milk out, so it becomes a very difficult process to milk them, and they can have secondary complications because of that. So I've incorporated that into a phrase to remember, like, don't stress out your pregnant wife or girlfriend, because she is forming brains and organs, forming a brain and or organs. So you don't want that stress translating into that process. So, like, for example, if I broke up with somebody, or if I had, like, a death in the family or whatever, none of that gets brought up to that woman while she is pregnant or in the first little bit of, like, being a mother. You know what I mean? Like, in the first couple of months while the baby's, like, still newborn and stuff, I keep that shit to myself. You know what I mean? I'll Photoshop people into a picture just to not stress her out. You know what I mean? And I just have found that that is such a better system than constantly bringing the woes of the world to them while they're in such a delicate state. And it's really been a thing that we've all kind of glommed onto. My friends really appreciate that too. So it's like if you're talking about something like really like that just generally bum you out, they're just like, don't stress out the cow. And I'm like, this is perfect. I need to have that like on a t-shirt to give to my pregnant friends. But unfortunately, I'd have to make the t-shirts quite large and comfortable for them. So I've never really gotten down to it. But eventually I feel like if I do a merch line, that will for sure be one of the things I'll sell is maternity shirts that say, don't stress out the cow. Now, obviously, that comes with the caveat that you definitely need to explain that before giving that as a gift, which is why I've not pursued that as a specific merch thing. I've got to get a little bigger before that becomes mainstream. But it's really good advice, and I'm telling you right now, it'll 10x the positive relationships between you and your pregnant friends or your friends who have pregnant wives or girlfriends. Just only keeping the conversation to pleasant things around them, because trust me, they're stressed out enough.
しかし、お母さんからは誰も、お母さんのせめて第二夫人の座に残りたいという最後の希望は
Dude, second wife LP, straight up.
そんなのをお首にも出さず、お母さんはお兄ちゃんとも親しげに接してたわ。ショックだった。あの優しいお母さんがお兄ちゃんにそんな負の感情を持っていて、それを隠しおおせてたなんて。
憎かったであろうな、バトラーが。
でしょうね。もし死産がアスムさんで、お母さんの方がお兄ちゃんを出産していたなら、何か歴史は変わっていたかもしれない。もしもそうだったなら、アスムさんと離婚させて、自分と再婚するようなシナリオを描きたい。
Here's the thing, one of my initial theories was that that was exactly what happened, but unbeknownst to Kairi, Asuma had switched the children. So like Kairi, if they're both like, depending on the timeline, let's say for sake of argument, Asuma and Kairi are both at the hospital at the same time. Now, Asuma gives birth to a stillborn child, hypothetically, and Kairi gives birth to a son. And that would put a very precarious, that would make her relationship with Rudolph very precarious. And given that she is, and let's say for sake of argument, an unscrupulous bitch, she switches the babies. Right, she switches the babies, which would explain why both Battler and Ange both have red hair, because I feel like it's much. And here's the thing: I have no idea what Asuma looks like. Let's say Asuma is a redhead, that would be pretty crazy. But I think that it's probably more likely that both of the children would be redheads if Kairi was the mother. So imagine that those children were swapped. I feel like that would explain the one chapter where it's like, oh, Asuma isn't Battler's mom. That would explain that. But at the same time, I feel like it's also possible that maybe Battler is somebody else's kid. Like, Rudolph gets around, you know what I mean? So, who knows? Who knows if there was another mistress involved? But I do think it would be pretty interesting if, like, Asuma's final revenge is like, haha, bitch, I raised your kid instead of you. Like, I not only did she take him from you, but she raised your kid under your nose. Like, she stole your man and your baby. That'd be, like, a crazy plotline. And I feel like that would be in the spirit of, like, a telenovela. I'm very much prepared for that to be the case.
ですか。違う違う。私のおごりだけよ。ルドルフさんはもう私のものだから絶対安全。あんなアスムなんていう小娘に負けるわけがない。彼女がバスや飛行機でギャーギャーわめくとき、私はその手配と経費を適正に処理できた。だから私は一番ルドルフさんに信頼されているとおごり高ぶっていた。 恋って育むって言うでしょ。
はい。
間違ってないわ。二人で水をやり、世話をして育む、そして最後に結実するのが愛という実なの。知ってる？結実して終わりじゃないのよ。愛を収穫しなきゃ恋は成就したことにならないの。
収穫って？
それはジェシカちゃんが考えなさい。実らせても収穫しなきゃ傷んで腐ることもある。虫がたかることだってもちろんあるわ。いいえ、それどころか盗人が現れてもぎ取っていってしまうことさえもね。ジェシカちゃんたち若い子の恋愛観は育むところで終わってる。それは甘いわ。愛を収穫しなきゃ恋は報われない。
愛を収穫。
それは一見愛し合う二人きりだけの問題に見えて、そんなことはないのよ。だからいつ収穫しても自由なんていう先延ばしは盗人に機会を与えるだけ。苦労して育てた実が翌朝にもぎ取られてなくなっていたら、昨日のうちにめんどくさがらずに収穫しておけばよかったと後悔するはずよ。辛いわよ、その後悔は。地獄を這うわよ。私はこう思う。その地獄が18年で終わったから。だからもう私は自分を間違えない。あの人は私のものよ。もう逃がさない。手放さない。そして主に感謝する。
Imagine have to work in that hard to keep a man.
絶対にあの人を諦めないという絶対の意志に奇跡が応えてくれた。今の私はルドルフさんを私のところにつなぎ止めるためなら何でもするわ。そしてルドルフさんの敵には一切容赦しない。あの人が望むならば私は人殺しさえも躊躇しないかもしれない。18年目にしてようやくその決意を持ったからこそ絶対の意志が奇跡を私にもたらしてくれたの。奇跡はね、それを自ら成し遂げられる。
Oh my god, did she kill his wife? Is this a soft confession? Say that in red.
アスムおばさんが亡くなったことが奇跡。
違うわ。そんなの全然奇跡じゃない。だって彼女が死ななければ私が殺していたもの。
Oh my god, if she hadn't died, I would have killed her.
彼女は必ず死ぬ運命だった。
Nice. I love that for
奇
her.
跡なのは彼女が死んだにもかかわらず私が自らの手を汚さずに済んだ。この一点に尽きるのよ。
So peak. If she hadn't died, I would have killed her. Crazy. Kyrie's, yeah, absolutely. Even though she did die, I didn't have to get my hands dirty, that's all. Kyrie fucking about that life. She should have been the head of the Yakuza family, straight up.
ごめんなさい。軽いアドバイスのつもりが怖がらせすぎちゃったかしら。この天気のせいね。軽く凄むだけのつもりだったのに加減を間違えちゃったわ。ジェシカちゃんの恋がどんなものかはわからないけれど、ライバルがいてお互いが譲れない状況ならばなおのこと、のんびりなんかしてられない。じゃないと私みたいになっちゃうわよ。女は恋のために人生で一度殺意を持つべきよ。世界中で母を名乗る
Yeah, I feel like Kyrie is a pull-up type of bitch.
だってそうじゃない女は他の女に食い殺されて生涯を嫉妬と後悔の地獄で這い続けるのだから。私はその地獄に18年いた。私は幸運よ。たった18年で恩赦になれた。
I mean, also just think about that. 18 years to just fester about that.
死ぬまで出られないの。後悔する自分を自らの手で処刑しない限りね。
Kyrie is the type of girl to say somebody's dying on this hill.
言葉もないです。
エールを送るつもりだったのに。
Kyrie's going back to S tier.
本当にごめんなさい。恋愛なんてもっともっと気楽でいいのよ。恋愛なんて本当に火遊び。誰でも簡単に気軽に遊べちゃう。そして間違えて大やけどした時、その傷が生涯残るんだけどね。
That kind of scar stays with you your whole life. Kyrie. They can never make me hate you.
じゃあ、私はそろそろ戻るわね。今の話、私たちだけの内緒よ。脅しすぎちゃったかしら。でも、脅されて知る地獄の方が100倍いい。そこに落ちた時は、もう手遅れなのだから。
Absolutely.
頑張ってね、ジェシカちゃん。ややこしそうな恋だけど。
頑張れ、頑張れ。
たまには人生の先輩らしく振る舞えたかしら。ん？何？ジェシカちゃん。
Not the sneak attack. Oh my god. You're telling me she says that to you and then you're just like, now's my chance.
卑怯者だから不意打ちをしたわけじゃねえんだぜ。わけのわからないうちに一撃で痛みさえ理解できないうちに終わらせようとしたのに。
言ったでしょ？嫉妬の地獄で生きてきたって。刺されそうになったことの2度や3度あるんだから。
Crazy.
わかるのよ。不意打ちの直前の雰囲気が。
気配で分かったとでも。
And
それプラス。
Oh, that's way too thick.
一番最初の嘘かしら。
嘘？
だってゲストハウスから来てジェシカちゃんの部屋で本を取って帰ろうとしたら、ここでこの向きでは出会わないもの。あなたがその嘘をつく必要性についてチェス盤理論で想定した7つのケースの中で最悪のものがこれだったわ。
やるね。さすがキリエおばさんだぜ。
どうして？あなたは最初から私を殺すつもりだったわ。
誰でもよかった。
最悪だわ。
キリエおばさんの話のおかげで吹っ切れた。感謝するぜ。
Ooh, we got another one. Nice.
すごいわね。さすがクラウス兄さんの子だわ。ボクシングでも始めた。
Jessica is for certain gonna lose.
抵抗しないで、おばさん。
Her eye color changed. Is that important?
痛みなんか感じさせない。行くぜ。
これは夢？私寝ぼけてる。わけがわからない。
恨んでくれていいぜ。でも私もキリエおばさんの言うように弾けないんだ。私も自分の恋中途半端には終わらせられねえんだ。
あなたは何を言ってるの？ねえ、何を言ってるの？何なのよこれは一体。誰か教えて。
Hello, hello. What? Oh god, not another magic girl fight. Hold on. What chapter is this? Chapter 10? Okay. I think we're gonna have to end it at the end of this chapter because if I know anything about these magic girl fights, this is gonna go on for like an hour. So...
No.
やめてよ、こんなわけのわかんないの。これは悪夢だわ。悪夢なのよ。覚めて。早く。
No, beat this teenager to death, Kyrie. What are you talking about?
悪夢だぜ。それが望みならすぐに覚めさせてやるよ。一撃さ。動かないで。
Oh my god, she's about to hit the Hadouken.
悪夢なのね。お願い、そうだと言って。
ああ、悪夢だぜ。
悪夢なのね。悪夢なのね。
Yo, where was this?
私が認めてやるぜ。これが悪夢さ。
認めるわ。これは悪夢だと認める。だから。
覚ましてやるぜ。一撃でな。
Yeah. Get her, Kyrie. I liked this better before. I did like that. Yeah.
悪夢の中だっていうなら、私の悪夢に出てくる友人がいてもいいわよね。
Of course.
嫉妬の地獄の友人よ。危機一髪だったわ。ありがとう。
This is Kyrie's inner demon. I'm gonna make a note of that, actually. Now get her, Kyrie.
無理ね。あいつ大悪魔の誰かと契約してるわ。不死身よ。
それは愛ゆえに、だから不死身なのさ。は
あ、愛よ偉大なれ。我らの祝福する者に不死身あれ。この赤い魔法の壁は破れる。ロノエ様も大悪魔。私じゃ無理よ。窓から逃げられる。窓もとっくにロノエ様の結界で塞がれてるわ。すごいわね。恋のために悪魔に魂を売ったわけかしら。よくもあんな大悪魔たちとこんなにも契約が。妬ましい。
装甲付与全属性防御攻撃反応装甲付与
あいつ何を言ってる。自己増強のエンチャントっていうの。今のあいつは私に二度と貫かせない防御力を持ち、その上攻撃者にダメージ反射する力まで持ってる。もう人間じゃないわ。化け物よ。なんだ、さっきと大して変わってないわね。そうとも言う。最初の時点から勝ち目がないことに何の変化もないわ。
痛かった。でも効かない。
そこの部屋の扉封印されてる。ただの正常だわ。でもただの部屋よ。窓はあるけれどすでに封印されてるわ。つまりは密室、私たちの棺桶ってわけ。棺桶上等だわ。鍵を開けて。妬ましいわ。あんたにしか開けられないなって。
Hi, baby.
正常なんかしてもあいつは扉を一撃で打ち砕けるわ。
Sure.
キリエは自分で自分
The
の
girl with asthma all of a sudden has superpowers.
でもね、棺桶の中で私たちにとどめを食らわせたかったら蓋を開けなければならない。
何を言ってんの。その小さな部屋がどうしておばさんを守ってくれると。
確かにこの部屋は密室だわ。私たちの退路はない。でもね、あなただってこの部屋には侵入できないのよ。それが密室というもの。
何を言っている。そんなちっぽけな部屋もこんなちっぽけな扉一枚でどうして私から逃れたつもり。
Who did it, Mr. Kitty? Who killed them?
こんな扉粉々にしてやる。
I still can't believe that Jessica's choosing to fight Kyrie. That's crazy to me. One moment, my son requires crunchies.
Yes, one moment.
リエおばさん。
Oof. No way Jessica wins this 1v1. Impossible. Why is she making that noise?
"私は恋に対する甘えと傲慢から18年嫉妬の地獄を経ったんだ。だからあなたが妬ましいの。あなたは私の忠告を受けて恋を成就させて美しい人生を歩むんでしょうね。ああ、妬ましいわ。女の一番美しい時間をあなたは私よりも18年も長く過ごせる。はあ、妬ましい。
What? Okay. She's gotta lose. She has asthma. No way she doesn't have the cardio to beat her. No way she goes Super Saiyan and busts down this door. Impossible. Oh god, not math. No, Rents. Those crunches are not for you. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Oh, 1 star. No, those are for brother. Those are not for you, my chunky toad. They're trying to distract me. No, Rents. Don't take it out on my yarn. No. You don't. No, don't attack the yarn. No. No, not the cords. Honey, come get your chunk boy. He's attacking the yarn and my cords because I won't give him crunchies. You tell me no, mother. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Crazy. No, don't just give her a key.
それが行えるのは魔法だけです。ジェシカ様が真に魔法を理解されない限り打ち破れますまい。
もはやジェシカちゃんに私を詰めることはできない。やがて時間は進み、私がいつまでも戻らないことに気づいた親族たちが屋敷を探し始める。そしてあなたは観測される。魔女も魔法も観測されたら消える。悪夢の時間はもう終わりよ、お嬢ちゃん。
Me personally, I'm knocking this little psychopath unconscious.
おや？ジェシカがいきなり脱落なんてびっくりだよ。
どうか頑張って。愛しのカノンのためにも。
さあジェシカ、愛を信じてどうか奇跡を見せておくれ。
訂正するわ。時間の経過を待つ必要さえない。だってここに内線電話があるんだもん。もちろん断線なんかしてないわ。私はこの受話器を取る。これが私のチェックメイト。
構築完了。密室殺人。
おや、有効ですな。
浸透付与、打撃伝達、間接攻撃力付与。
What? Ain't no way.
そんなに嫉妬の地獄が恋しいなら焼かれてろ。嫉妬の炎で永遠に嫉妬から学ぶものもあるだろうぜ。だがそれは誇るもんじゃねえし。
So she chases her aunt into her father's room and then lights it on fire. Okay, I guess that'd be a way to win, but why would her aunt be in her dad's room? You know what I mean?
お見事な密室殺人ですな。
後片付けを頼むぜ。やがて見つかる遺体が黒焦げじゃあまりに申し訳がない。きれいにしてやってくれるか。
かしこまりました、お嬢様。
Crazy. I mean, arson was the answer all along, but... Okay, new theory. The children commit arson. And that's why everybody's perished in what appears to be an accident. And then they all turn on each other because they've killed each other's respective parents. Wow. Crazy.
ゲーム版の上の話じゃないか。そこまで悲しむことじゃない。
理屈じゃ分かってる。でもだからって心の整理がつくわけがねえだろ。
お嬢様、
カノン君、私君のことが好き。諦められないよ。だから示したよ、私の気持ち。
That's crazy. Imagine being canon and just being like, I mean, I love you, but like you lit your aunt on fire. That's crazy. There was literally no reason to do that.
何も間違ってないさ、君は。そして人の心を残し苦しむことも間違ってない。僕はそういうことに対し少し君よりストイックだっただけの話さ。
Insane.
誰もがジョージ様の境地に至れるわけではありません。しかしどうあれ、お嬢様はとにもかくにも試練を成し遂げられた。お見事です。その決意の強さ、敬服します。
そういうことであるな。ジョージもジェシカも見事やり遂げたことは同じだ。あっぱれであったぞ、ジェシカ。今の密室殺人、魔女のわらわも見惚れるなかなかのものであった。
これで2人の試練が完了だわ。
さあ、次は誰が挑戦を？
ベアトリーチェ様かしら？
いやいや、シャノンかもしれないよ。
ここはカノンの出番に違いないわ。
さあ、名乗り出てほしい。次は誰？誰が試練を？
out of here. Weird.
どうするというのか。奥手も過ぎれば恋を殺すぞ。
さあ次は
誰が恋の殺人を。
Okay. So that is where we will end it for this evening. That was crazy. I can't believe Jessica won. I would not have guessed that. Especially because she's so, let's save that in the number 1 slot. What was that? Oh, no! It's okay, I'll fix it. It's fine. I'll fix it, you guys. I won't subject you to that, but, that's crazy. So, let's go to, man, I can't believe I messed that up. Lame. Okay. That is, wildly irrelevant, I believe. We ended at the start of chapter 12. Yeah, that was pretty close. I would have liked to get to chapter 12, but I feel like I kind of maybe, dinked around a little bit too much for that one. We just finished chapter 10. Perfect. Perfect. So, yeah, I'll go back through and save that in the number 1 slot. So for now, we'll go back to the title, just so we can do our regular outro, you guys. Check out our, let's see, check out our picture box. I'm sure we've got some new pictures now. So we got this one. That one's pretty good. We got, I'm sure we got some fight ones. We got this one, a flashback one, finally. I could have sworn that we got a couple fight scene ones. Oh, yes, we did, in fact. We got this fight scene one. That one's pretty good. Of Evatrice. We got, George in his Taekwondo kick. That's it. I could have sworn we had one other one. I could have sworn that we had another one. Maybe that's just, I don't know. I feel like we've been robbed. I feel like we should have had an extra one. But this one's pretty good, actually. Let's go back to Spooky. Let's go to, ooh, crazy. Oh, okay, this is where it went. Alright, it's just a doubled up one. Interesting. I like this spooky one. So, okay, so today is Monday. Today's Monday. So tomorrow we will be doing our, Call Her Daddy Brainrot, React situation in the evening. Then Wednesday, we're probably going to do book club, because I believe that, I'm pretty sure that I have prep. But even if I don't, we'll still do book club. Then Thursday, if I don't have prep on Wednesday, I'll do, some outside stuff. I'll film some stuff for you guys, and if I don't have prep on Thursday, I will do the, not generally no, but I'm considering adding that because everybody keeps requesting it. So you should actually, you know, if you're into that, you should probably go into the early VODs of Umineko because they bring it up quite a bit. So that might float your boat. So Thursday, I'll do a react to the outside channel. So we'll finally get that done. Just give it a solid day to do that. Then that brings us to Friday, where we will pick back up with the Umineko live stream. And depending on how things go, we could do maybe another bonus on Saturday. We'll see if we can fit that in, you guys. But as always, if you haven't followed already, go ahead and follow wherever you enjoy Twitch, YouTube. Doesn't matter to me. They're both essentially the same. And if you want a deeper dive into the cult, go ahead and join our Discord. I'm on the Discord every single day. When's the next game night? The next game night, I'm going to limit myself. No games this week. I've fallen behind on some of my chores. So I'm going to do prep and chores this week, and then we could do gaming. We could do gaming next week. I've been being I've been being naughty, you guys. I've been doing a little bit too much hanging out, and I need to get my sunflowers planted. I need to get my chickens ready to welcome the new chicks that are going to be hatching here soon. I'd love to have some of those videos for you guys too. It's going to be super cool. I might even have like a live stream of the chicks hatching if I can get that figured out. But I don't know if that'll affect me being able to do regular live streams if I'm live streaming the chicks, so I'll figure that out. Because I can't live stream from my Nature Chick channel just yet, but we're approaching being able to do that. Anyhow, so far I'm pretty sure that those are all of the announcements. Anyway, that is our show for the evening, and I will see you guys